I bought a cheap voice recorder. It was one of those small silver ones with 3 buttons and a red light. I read the reviews. People said it was good for lectures and taking notes. No one said anything about catching the things that wake you in the dark. I started recording because I had the same nightmare over and over. I would wake up sweating and certain I had heard something. Not a car outside, not a neighbor, not a pipe. My own name, said from the dark by the bed. I would sit up with my heart running, and the room would be so quiet. It felt like the quiet happened after a loud sound. The quiet was heavy and told me I had missed what had just spoken. I told a friend. He said, "Record yourself. You might snore. You might talk. Then you'll know." Easy for him to say. He sleeps like a stone. My place is small. 1 bedroom, 1 window, a hallway that goes nowhere. The street light outside throws orange light that leaks through the blinds in thin bars. The fridge hums in the kitchen even at night. The radiator knocks when it wants to be noticed. The floor keeps whatever footsteps it hears and hands them back later in little pieces. I put the recorder on the bedside table. I set it to start at midnight. I put my phone face down. I wrote the time on a piece of tape and stuck it to the recorder like that would make it serious. I lay on my side and listened to the room. My breath sounded too loud. I told myself the story of the boring things in the room. Chair, shoes, jacket, the smell of laundry soap, the soft buzz of the street light outside, the cheap blinds click against the window frame when the heat kicks on. It is all normal. It is all fine. Sleep came like a curtain falling. I remember a dream where I was in the building stairwell and all the doors on my floor were closed. The light was out. I could hear someone walking below, then above, and each time I moved to put my hand on the rail, the steps moved too, staying just behind the turn. The stairs did not go down or up. They went in a slow square, like a drill bit. I woke with my hand hanging over the side of the bed, like a child. The room was black, not dark, like something had taken the color out of it. In the morning, I made coffee without looking at the recorder. It sat where I had left it, with the little red light off. My heart bumped once when I picked it up, like my body wanted to warn me. Do not listen. I pressed play. The first hour was just soft breathing and occasional turns in the sheets. Once the bed frame made a small sound, like a whispering voice, but it was only wood moving. At one point, there was a distant siren and the wheels of a bus sighing, and then the bus was gone, and the apartment sat in its own air again. I sped up the first part because I know what my breathing sounds like. At 3:05 a.m., a neighbor closed the door far down the hall. I could tell by the way the sound swung and then died. At 3:06, the recording made a sound I did not expect. It was not a click. It was not a pop. It was a smear. The sound all at once turned to static like old TV snow. It was not loud. It was soft, like someone pressing paper lightly with their thumb. And under the static, there was a shape of a sound, like a mouth close to the microphone, saying my name. It was not my voice. It was the way someone says your name when they are standing right behind you and they do not want to wake you up. Not really. But they cannot stop themselves from trying. I paused the recording. The room was day now, safe and flat and ordinary. The tape made a small motor sound. My coffee tasted like metal. I pressed play again and played the name over and over. It came from inside the static, like a face looking out behind dirty glass. It said me, and it knew how to say me. It put the wrong weight on the first part, like my mother did when she was tired. I laughed once, the kind of laugh you use for bad news you don't accept. Radio, I said to the empty room. Whole building picks it up. Police scanner, cab driver. I checked that the windows were closed. I checked that the fan was off, the heater off. My mouth was dry. I drank water and swallowed air and felt like the water got caught halfway down. I started to play the rest, but my fingers did not want to press the button. I put the recorder on the table and walked around my little place and opened the closet, even though I knew nothing was inside. I looked under the bed like I haven't done since I was 8. Only dust and a lost sock and the book I dropped last week. I played the rest. It was just breathing and bed sheets moving and one small sound like a fingertip tapping wood. Then silence until the file ended. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself names are simple. They are short. Static makes shapes. Static is full of almost words. My brain took an almost word and made it into my name, because that is how brains keep enemies or friends. That day, I carried the recorder in my pocket and kept touching it like a charm. I told no one. My friend texted to ask if it worked. I typed yes and did not send for a while. And then I sent yes, just snoring lol. Because it felt easier to lie in letters than to put the sound of my name into a phone. That night I set 2 devices, the recorder and my phone. I found an app that said it picks up noise at night and charts it. I put them on different surfaces, one on the table, one on the far chair. I synced the time the best I could. I said out loud, just to see. My voice sounded like I was in a room bigger than my room. I tried to stay awake. I watched the street light cut the bars shorter and then longer as a cloud moved. I counted the seconds between the radiator clicks. I lost count. Sleep came anyway. This time, the dream was my mother's kitchen, except the window was black, like the window had been scraped off and replaced with a hole cut from the night. I was trying to clean something sticky off the counter, and I could not find the rag. I woke with my hand moving on the blanket as if I were wiping a stain. Morning. Coffee. The recorder waited. The phone showed a jagged line at one point in the night. I scrolled the app to the peak. 3:06 a.m., the graph said. Like a little mountain on a flat line, I played the recorder first. It was the same. At exactly 3:06, the sound went to soft static. After 1 second, too, there was the same close voice saying my name in the same way. After it, a shadow of a word, like come. but not come, like come, said by someone with a mouthful of cold. Then the breathing continued like nothing had happened. I played the phone, static, softer, because my phone is not as good. The same voice, the same shape. It felt like finding a footprint under my window in fresh snow. 2 of them, one on the recorder and one on the phone. They matched. I said, okay. And I did not mean okay. I meant, this is real enough to not dismiss. So now what? I went to work, like I always do. My body was in my chair. My body typed. People asked for simple things. My mouth said sure. My head was with the recorder. On my lunch break, I searched night audio name static and got a lot of videos of people asking, did you hear that? And a lot of people in basements saying the question again because it made the first time feel solid. I closed the videos and sat with my sandwich and could not swallow it. It felt like chewing paper. In the evening, my neighbor from 2 doors down held the lobby door for me. She is older. She wears a thick scarf like armor. She said, rough night? I said, why? She said, you look tired. Then she said, well, it's a building. Buildings keep time. I asked what she meant. She said, the heat goes. The elevator wakes when it wants to. Sometimes there's a time in the night when all of it likes to move together. Don't listen for it. Then you'll hear it everywhere. She smiled in a kind way, not creepy. It did not help. Night 3, I set the recorder and the phone and also an old laptop with the camera on. The laptop is slow and wheezes. I set it on a chair so it could see the bed. I put the lamp on low. I felt silly. I felt like a person playing at being scared. I said, if I get nothing, I will throw this junk away. I said it out loud like a dare. It sounded like bragging in a classroom. Right before someone asks you a question you cannot answer. I read a book until the words slid off the page. And then I woke with the laptop light, making a halo on the ceiling. The window showed nothing. The street outside must have been empty. My alarm said 4:10 a.m. I felt like I had been talking. My mouth was dry like I had tried to drink and forgot how. I slept again in little pieces until the grey of morning. The laptop's video was mostly dark. The cheap camera makes dark into blocks. I scrolled until the timestamp said 3:05. I took a breath and held it. At 3:06, the sound from the laptop turned to static like the others, but the video also blinked like an eye. 2 frames dropped. The image went to grey squares and then back. The closet door in the far corner was open a little more after the blink, a few inches. Maybe it had been like that, maybe not. I went back and forth until I felt sick. At 3:06, the recording said my name like a teacher, calling a quiet kid in the back. The video after the blink showed the curtain move a little, like someone pushing it and then letting go. I got up and put my hand on the closet door to see how stiff the hinges were. It moved easy. It did not squeak. That did not make me feel better. After that, it got inside my day. The office printer made white noise and I heard my name in the fan. The cafe machine steamed milk and I heard a shape of the sound I knew now. I turned the water on in the sink to wash dishes and heard a whisper come up through the drain, and I turned the water off too fast and broke a glass. I smiled at myself like I was a lunatic, and then I cleaned the glass. I tried to make a rule. Do not say my name out loud, not at night. Do not give it away. Names are handles. Night 4, I left a glass of water by the recorder. I put a small slip of paper beside it with my name written in pencil. I wanted to see if anything would move, if the paper would be on the floor in the morning. I felt like a child building a trap for something that lives under the bed. I said, "This is stupid," and put the slip down anyway. I woke from a dream where I was at the door of my old school, and all the windows were paper with writing on them. I could not read. The bell rang and did not stop. I woke to silence. The paper with my name was not in front of me. It was under the bed. I reached for it, arm under into the dust. My shoulder burned. My fingers touched the paper, and it stuck to my skin with sweat. I played the recording and the phone and the laptop video at 3:06. The same static, the same voice, but this time there was something else. A soft sliding sound, like paper moving on wood, right after the static. In the video, nothing moved that I could swear to. The lamp flickered once, and that was all. On the 5th night, I wrote a note that said, "Who are you?" because I did not know what else to try. I put the note where the recorder could see it because pretending it was a camera made me feel less stupid. I said, "Say something else." I did not sign it with my name. I knew better now. At 3:06, the voice did not answer the question. It told me, "Wake up." Very soft, not a shout. A suggestion pressed against my ear. My name then. Wake up. I did not wake. I slept. My dream that night was an empty hotel hallway with carpet that made my feet sink and doors that had no numbers and a sound like a vacuum cleaner in a room far away. The word wake is simple and made of air. I woke with the taste of dust in my mouth. I started sleeping with the hall light on. When I did, the voice did not stop. It did not care about the light. It is not a light thing or a dark thing. It is a time thing. At this point, I wanted someone else to listen, to tell me it was radio or my own mouth or nothing. I sent a clip to my friend with headphones on my head and my thumb hovering over send. I cut out the part where it said my name and just sent the static. He replied with a shrug emoji and then, "Wind or wiring?" I told him my wiring was new. "Get some sleep," he wrote. "You sound tired." Everyone says that when they don't know what to say. I tried to trick it. On the 6th night, I set the recorder an hour fast. I told myself, if this is a clock in me, I can confuse it. I went to bed early. I woke at 3:06 in my own time with my heart banging and a taste of pennies on my tongue. I played the recording. The static came at 3:06 real time. Not when the recorder said, "The machine can lie to me. Whatever this is does not." I played the clip of the voice over and over until the recording had marks on it from me pausing and rewinding like little bright scratches. It was the same voice each night, and also not the same. It had my mother's way of the first syllable. It had my old teacher's way of dropping the end like he had already moved on. It had my voice hidden in it, like a thin thread stitched through. Sometimes I thought I heard my name said from the left side of the bed, and sometimes from the right. One night, it sounded like from under the bed, and my throat went tight because I thought of my arm reaching under there for the paper. On the seventh night, I sat up to catch it. I put the recorder and the phone and the laptop where I always put them. I stacked 2 pillows behind me and sat up with the lamp low. I watched the digital clock turn from 3:04 to 3:05 and felt like someone was walking up my street. I tried to keep my eyes open. My throat made a small swallow sound all by itself. The room smelled like sleep and the ghost of the last cup of coffee. At 3:06, I did not hear it. The apartment from my bed did not make a sound. Then there was a thin whisper. It did not come from the recorder. It did not come from the phone. It came from the bad angle of the room, the corner where the ceiling meets the wall and nothing simple lives. It said my name in a breath, not in a voice, in a breath. The kind of breath a person makes when the door opens and the person you are waiting for steps into the room. The air on my ear moved as if someone had leaned close enough to touch my hair. I said, "No," before I could think not to, and the word looked stupid in the light, like a small hand held up to stop a flood. The whisper did not try again. A smell came then, not a bad smell or a good one. It smelled like the inside of a winter scarf when you have walked a long way in cold air and then taken it off. Warm breath caught in a thing, stored up for later. I fell asleep sitting and woke with my head thrown forward like a person who nodded off on a bus. The recorder had kept going. It had caught the static and the voice, and then my own voice after. I did not like to hear myself sleeping. I said, "No," the same way I had said it awake. There was a small sound after, like lips parting in surprise. I tried to leave it. 8 and 9 and 10, I went to a friend's apartment and said it was because my hot water did not work right. I slept on his couch. His building is old, and the floor itches your feet under your socks. He set out a blanket that smelled like his dog. I put the recorder by my head because I wanted to see if it was the walls. I slept better the first night, with a new hum in the baseboard and the neighbor laughing through a wall. In the morning, the recorder gave me the static anyway at 3:06, and the voice said my name like it had found me in a crowd and came right up to my ear because it was happy. I did not tell him. When he made coffee, I stood in his kitchen and touched the edge of the counter with my fingers and waited for the feel under my skin to match the feeling of the night. It did not. The day is too bright to be afraid. The day lets you pretend it is the dark. The night is not fooled. I went home. The building welcomed me with a lift eating its own voice. The hallway light flickered once and then decided to work. The stairwell smelled like bleach and an old heat leak. The card on my door, the one with my last name printed neat, looked like a word even I could not pronounce. That night, I put the recorder back where it belonged, like a thing you feed a pet in the same spot so it knows where to come. I asked the neighbor down the hall if she ever heard people at night saying names. She looked at me like she might close the door. But then she said, "Names are doors." She had a cat at her ankles. The cat rubbed its face on the corner of the door and watched me with big black eyes. The neighbor said, "Don't open the door if you didn't knock." She meant well. It did not help. I made a new rule. I would not speak. I would not answer. I would make the room simple. I would put my name in a drawer with socks. I would imagine my name in a place with no handles. I taped black paper over the digital clock. I put a towel at the base of the door. I turned the fridge a hair lower so it would not kick on as often. I turned my phone to airplane mode. I made my world small and quiet. This made the quiet large. It reached into every part of the room and sat there and waited like a person with their hands in their lap. The recorder still caught it. The static at 3:06. The voice, my name. And then a second word. Turn. It said it like it asked me for a small favor. It said it like it had waited long enough. I was asleep. I did not turn. In the morning I did. And the room was the same. The curtain was still. The bed was still. The closet closed like it had always been. The light slanted in. I kept going. This is the dumb part. This is where anyone normal would stop. Throw the recorder away. Sleep with the radio on. Move. But moving where? You cannot move away from the inside of your own head. So I made experiments. I put a cup of salt by the recorder because my neighbor once said, "Salt keeps things out." The voice did not care. I put a little bell on a string by the door. It did not ring. A moth landed on it at dusk, and the bell made a tiny sound like a laugh, and that was all. One night, I phoned my own number from my work line right before bed and let it ring and ring, and then put my phone on the bed and watched the call go to voicemail. And then I cleaned my voicemail out so there was room, and I went to sleep. In the morning, there was a new message. The timestamp was 3:06 a.m. The message was 30 seconds of soft static, and my name said once at the very start, like a hello, and nothing else. The number it came from was unknown. I pressed the phone to my ear and listened once, and then twice, and then my stomach turned, and I put the phone on the dresser and backed away from it like it might fall on me. I started to talk to it in my head. I do not know why. I would lie in bed and say nothing and think, "Do not say me. Do not say me. Please do not say me." The voice said me anyway. The static took its breath and shaped it. There are 1,000 noises at night, and it found mine. It leaned close. It loved the shape of it. The worst was the night. It said my name, and then I heard myself answer, yes, while asleep. I did not remember saying anything. The recorder did. My voice was soft and far away and hard to hear, but it was my voice, speaking to it in the same pattern it uses with me, like someone standing in a hall, saying back what the person said at the end of the hall to show they heard. I threw up in the morning in my sink with the water running, so the sound would have something to fold into. After, I stood with the cold water on my wrists until my skin hurt. The light on the recorder was a small eye, closed. There were small things in the room now, not big ones, not dramatic. The blanket folded itself a little different. The chair in the corner faced the bed by an inch more, like a person who wanted to hear better. The page in the book I left open flipped a page, and the corner bent like a dog ear. I could say I did that in my sleep. I could say my shoulder caught it. I could say the heat moved the page. Some mornings, I did not say anything. I decided to try one more thing. I would hear it from the other side. At 3:05, I sat on the floor beside the bed with the recorder and put the earbud in and pressed record and let it listen live. I did not like using the recorder as a mouth. It felt like putting my ear to a door. It felt like choosing to stand in a dark hallway instead of waiting in a lit room. At 3:06, there was no static. There was the sound of nothing, like the room had been erased. Then there was a breath. Not mine. I was holding mine. The breath came through the earbud into my head. The breath said my name inside the air. That was also my air. It was neither male nor female. It was a mouth without a person attached, large enough to swallow a room. It said my name, like it could unbutton me and hang me on a hook. Then it said, "Don't move." Everything in me moved in the direction of moving. My legs wanted to stand. My hands wanted to take the earbud out and throw it. My body wanted to scream, not a loud scream for help, but a small animal noise just to see if I could still make a sound other than my own name. I did not move. I sat in the bad corner, my back not touching the wall, because the wall felt full of breathing. I counted to 4 and then to 8, like a child. The breath came close and then far. When it was far, it was not far enough. I do not know how long I sat. Time is a rubber band at night. The earbud crackled and hurt and then went quiet. The recorder kept recording. The red light glowed like a coal under snow. When the grey came to the window, I fell into bed and slept an hour or a minute. A neighbour's alarm on the other side of the wall went off like a bird that cannot stop calling. It saved me. The morning saved me because I could hold on to it like a piece of wood in a river. I did not play the new file. I did not want to give it more space in my head. I wanted my head to be a small house with the windows closed. Days went by. I stopped setting the laptop. I stopped using the phone. The recorder was enough. The voice was faithful. At 3:06 a.m., it found me. Some nights, it said only my name. Some nights it told me to wake up or turn. One night it said, "Open," and every cupboard in the kitchen bumped as if a tiny wind had gone from one to the next and tapped each door, tap, tap, tap. The bell on the string by the door rang once, as if someone touched it with a fingernail and then thought better of it. I asked the neighbour with the scarf again. I said, "Did anyone in my place before?" She looked at me like she did not want to be part of a story, and then she said, "A young man, quiet. He worked nights. He left fast. He taped paper over the peephole and salt on the sill. The super got mad about the salt. He was always up at weird hours. He would stand in the hall and listen." She said it like it was nothing, but she watched my face when she said the part about listening. "Do not bring it into the hall," she said. "Leave it in your room. Hallways magnify." I went back to my little part. I checked the peephole. It showed the hall, empty. I opened the door, and the hall smelled like wiped floor and nothing else. My door closed with a sound I knew by heart now. The sound is like a lid put on a jar. I started writing my name down, and then crossing it out. I wrote it smaller each time. I wrote it fast and messy, and then neat and square, and then in big letters that looked like they wanted to stand up. I did not know what I was doing. I only knew the voice took the shape of the name in my head every night, and if I could change the shape, maybe it would have to look for me again and get tired and go somewhere else. It looks stupid written here. It looked stupid then. I did it anyway. The papers filled my trash. When I took the trash out, the bag felt heavier than paper. One night, I decided I would try to speak back for real. If I was answering in my sleep, better to answer while awake. Better to know what I said. I put the recorder where it always goes. I lay on my side and watched the square of the window. I listened to the quiet come and sit down next to the bed, like a person who wants to tell you something, but wants you to ask first. At 3:06, the static came like always, and the voice said my name. I breathed out. I said, "What do you want?" I said it in the smallest voice I have. I did not want to wake anything else. I did not want to wake the building. I did not want it to hear me except the one part that hears everything. The voice said, "You." The word was black and soft, like velvet turned wrong way. It did not sound hungry. It did not sound like a threat. It sounded like a decision already made. I lay there and listened to my own heart-mark time, and I put my hand under the pillow to hide it, like that meant my hand was safe. The recorder went on. The voice said, "Turn around." And I did not. I stared at the wall. I stared until the wall was not a wall, but a place without depth. Like a door painted to look like the wall, the voice said my name one more time. Patient. Then the room breathed, like a big thing lying down, and the air went back into being air. I do not know if any of this is a haunting. I know it, and I do not know it. I have not seen a person. I have not filmed a shadow that stands and points. I have only heard my name, and then nothing else, and then small things that can be weather. It is easier to live with small things. It does not feel better. It is only easier. I still record. I tell myself, if I ever stop and the thing decides to do more, I will wish I had kept proof. Proof of what? Of a voice in the night, saying a name only I have. Of a time on a clock that comes whether or not the clock believes in it. Of a person in a bed who wanted to sleep. I have learned the shape of 3:06 a.m. without a clock. It is the part of night where the street outside stops and then starts again. It is the part where the fridge begins to hum and then remembers it is tired and stops. It is the part where the radiator holds its breath and then registers it is still a machine. It is when my mouth dries and my throat makes one small click noise, and I hate that noise because it sounds like a person about to speak. It is when the room presses the sound of my name into the small space next to my ear and waits to see what I do with it. Last night, I woke at 3:06 without the recorder. I had forgot to set it. My phone screen was black. The room listened to me. The voice said my name and then said, "Look." I did not move. I kept my face toward the wall, and the wall was a wall, and then it was not. Not open, not with a hole, only different. Like the paint had just dried. I did not look. Morning came. It always comes. It cheats. You think the dark never ends, and then the birds say it does. Daylight makes the night small in your head. The day says the voice was only static. The day says names are on everything. The day says you can put your own name anywhere you want. I write mine on a bill and put it in the mail and think, here, take it, carry it, say it to someone else. Tonight I set the recorder again. I put fresh batteries in, like a person preparing for a storm. I cleaned the little line of dust from the window frame with my thumb. I laid down in the same place, on the same side, where the voice knows to find me. It will come at 3:06. It will cut through everything like scissors through cloth. It will say me. It might say more. I do not know what I will do when it does. I think I will not answer. I think I will answer. I think I will keep my eyes open and stare at the corner of the room where the ceiling meets the wall so hard it has to become only a corner again because of how much I make it be one. I think I will hear the soft static and the soft breath and the soft way my name now feels like something someone gave me that I have to hold on to, even though it is heavy. If I sleep, the recorder will catch it. The little red light will glow and then stop. Tomorrow, I will press play, and I will hear the sound of my air turning into the sound of someone else. There will be a second where the world is just the inside of a voice. Then there will be my name, in a tone I know too well now. The same tone you use when you find the person you have been looking for in a crowd and you do not want to scare them. And at the very end, I think there will be one more word. I think I already know it. It feels like it has been waiting behind my teeth when I speak to other people. It feels like it lives in the silence after you say hello and before the other person answers. It is the word someone uses when they are not in the room yet, but almost are. Maybe it will say, behind you. Maybe I will turn. Maybe I won't. Either way, when the room goes quiet again, my place will listen hard, and so will I. And the recorder will sit with its small, hard memory of the night, and the voice will know I heard it, whether I say anything or not. I tell myself I can always stop recording. I tell myself the night does not need the recorder to find me. I tell myself a name is only air, but when the minute comes and the street outside holds its breath, the smallest sound in the room will be the sound of my name, said from a mouth that is not mine, and I will lie there and know that I am not alone in the house my voice makes when I sleep. The water plant hums at night. Machines breathe. Lights buzz. The air tastes like pennies and bleach. The floor is cool concrete under my boots. I can hear the slow water in the settling basins pushing against itself, thick and patient, like an animal turning in sleep. I am the temp on the graveyard shift. It is only my third night. The day guy showed me where the coffee is, how to clear a small alarm, how to reset the chemical feeders if they choke. Easy stuff, they said. It runs itself. Just watch the screens. So I sit in the control room with the glass front and I watch the screens. I try to look like someone who knows what he's doing. The screens throw soft light on my hands. Each square shows a piece of the plant. The raw water intake, the rapid mixers, the 4 big settling basins with the long arms, the filters, the clear well where the water waits before it goes out to the town. My chair creaks. My watch taps my wrist when my heart rate bumps. It does that when I drink too much coffee or when I get up too fast. I tell it to be quiet. The plant does not need to know my pulse. Near midnight, the number's steady. Flow holds, levels hold. The turbidity readouts from each basin sit on their usual decimals. Basin 1, 0.18. Basin 2, 0.19. Basin 3, 0.17. Basin 4, 0.18. Small rises, small falls, like breathing. Normal. I take a sip of coffee that has gone cold. I turn my head to glance at the last shift's logbook, where they leave notes. Chemical tote swapped at 2040. Basin 3 scraper squeal. To grease in AM. My eyes leave the screens for half a second. When I look back, Basin 2 reads 0.51. A jump. Not small. Enough to make the little box blink yellow. I frown. Maybe I missed a slow climb. I scroll back the trend. The line was flat, then a neat, sharp step up, like climbing a curve. I look at the camera feed for Basin 2. The top of the water is black and smooth under the walkway lights. Nothing strange. Wind would make small ripples. The building blocks the wind. No leaves, no bugs. I stare at it until my eyes water. The number holds at 0.51. Fine. I blink. The number drops back to 0.19. I rub my eyes. I think, bad sensor, loose wire. I make a note on the pad. Replace probe or recalibrate at dawn. The plant hums. There is an old soft rock station on the radio, so low I can barely hear the singer. The chair creaks when I shift. The ceramic mug sticks to the console ring from coffee. I check the rest of the numbers. All steady. I roll my neck and stand up to stretch. My watch taps again. 98 beats per minute. Calm down, I tell myself. New job nerves. It's fine. When I sit, I let my gaze drift to the far aquarium poster, the day shift taped up. It shows happy kids holding glasses of water. When my eyes leave the screens, I hear a small electronic click, like the alarm system changing state, like a throat clearing. I look back. Basin 2 reads 0.58. The yellow box blinks again. Okay. I should stop looking away, I think. I keep my eyes on the Basin 2 screen. I think of calling the on-call supervisor, but I don't want to be the temp who calls for a little glitch every hour. The number holds steady because I do not look away. I test it. I move only my eyes, inch by inch, to the left screen where the Clearwell level drifts. I can still see Basin 2 at the edge of my vision. The number does not move. I move my eyes to the clock on the wall. The second hand jerks in tiny jumps. Out of the corner of my eye, I cannot read the number. It is a blur. My watch taps my wrist again. 101. I take a slow breath and blow it out. A long hiss. The coffee tastes burned. I finally look away from the Basin 2 window and focus on the clock. It is 12:12 a.m. Click. Basin 2, 0.64. I don't like the way the stupid box blinks. It blinks slow and polite. A patient little hand raise. Excuse me. Something is wrong. Okay, I say to the empty room. You have my attention. I pull up the camera feed full screen. The water is a dark rectangle under a strip of lamps. The walkway crosses it. The far wall is just a long grey ribbon. The water looks flat, but I see a tremble, a fine wrinkle on the surface, like breath fog on a mirror. I turn the camera control and tilt the view so the light skims the surface. The ripples are clearer at this angle. They are not random. They are not wind. They move with a slow, even beat. They move like a drum. I hear my own breathing in the headset. In, out. In, out. I hear that tiny electronic click again, like the system clearing its throat. My watch taps me, a little more sharp this time. 108. I do not blink. I do not breathe. For a moment there is no sound, just the fan above me humming and the low pressure pumps in the next room. The ripples on the water pause too. They flatten. The number drops. 0.49, 0.31, 0.20. I suck in a breath without meaning to. The ripples start again, slow, steady. The number rises to meet them. 0.141, 0.58. No, I think. No. It's coincidence. It's stupid. I pull up the recorded feed from the last hour and run it back at 2 times speed. The ripples run backward, then forward, like a heartbeat on a monitor. I scrub to the first spike. I find the moment I looked at the logbook. The ripples swell. I place my thumb on the time code and mark it. 30 seconds later, I get up from my chair. A diagonal of light as the camera auto-adjusts. The ripples grow at the exact second I stand. My chest feels tight. The chair's padding squeaks under my hand. I can hear my pulse in my ears. Boom, boom, boom. I hate that sound. I wear the watch to stop it from scaring me. The numbers help. The numbers are clean. I open my phone and check my health app. The heart rate graph is a neat line with little mountains when I stood up. The first spike matches the time on the video. I slide my finger along. Every rippling swell on the water aligns with a small rise in my heart. It shouldn't matter. It is a dumb little echo. Still, I cannot get enough air. The plant smells of chlorine, and the back of my throat tastes like I licked a coin. I push my chair back and stand up too fast. The room tilts. The camera shows the water lift, like something breathed under it. Enough. I take the flashlight and the radio and my keys. I put on the hard hat that does not fit right. The strap bites the back of my neck. I leave the control room, and the glass door closes behind me with a soft thump. The plant is louder out here. Pumps thrum through concrete. The fan above the chemical room moans, and the sound comes through the wall in a low shiver. My boots slap on the floor and echo under the big roof beams. The exit sign glows green and flat. It is warm and damp. The skin inside my elbow itches where the hard hat strap rubs. I push through the metal door to the basins. The air changes. It is colder here. The open water takes heat. The walkway is narrow with rails, metal on metal. To my left and right, the basins lie like long black rooms with no ceilings. The surface moves on its own slow clock. Lights hang above, humming. I pause. The metal answers me. There is a click from the far end. The radio hisses once and falls quiet. All the little sounds line up to make one shape, like voices in the next room through a thin wall. You can't make out words, only the fact of breath. I walk to Basin 2 and lean on the rail. The metal is cold under my palms. The water below smells like a pond in late summer. Algae and mud. There are dead gnats under the lamp housings. I shine the light straight down. The beam shows flakes drifting, little white pieces of whatever the chemicals pull out of the raw water. They look like snow in a globe. The surface above them shivers in tiny rings. I hold my breath again to test the stupid idea. The rings flatten. The snow still falls. I let the breath out. The rings come back. Slow, even. The skin on my arms prickles. It is easy to say coincidence when you are soft in a chair and the sound is just a noise. It is harder to say it when the cold metal rail presses your bones and the black water answers you when you breathe like a person over the phone who doesn't want to speak yet. My watch taps again. It is a nagging finger. 112. It pushes the number at my face. I do not look. I look at the black glass of the surface and see, in that shiny skin, a pale oval that is my face, and a blue-white dot that is the lamp, and a long, thin shape that is the walkway rail. The ripples move through all of it. They don't come from the edges inward, like something dropping in. They rise and fall over the whole sheet, like the water is one lung, and it is under the floor of the world, and it has chosen to use my rhythm because I am here. Stop, I say, quiet. I look around like I said it to someone. The metal says nothing back. My voice goes over the water and dies in the far dark. Behind me, something clanks. I turn fast and hit my hip on the rail. The flashlight beam crosses the slab and catches a valve handle. It is still. The clank was only heat in the pipes, I tell myself. Metal changes with the air. I stand with my hands on the rail until my fingers hurt. The ripples keep to the beat only I can feel. A feeling like embarrassment rises in me. Why am I doing this? Who am I talking to? The water does not know me. In the control room, the polite little box blinked yellow when the number rose. There is no box here. The only hint of order is that regular lift and fall. Okay, I say, louder. Okay, I see you. I hate that I said it like that, as if I am talking to a stray dog that might bite. A scent comes on the air from the chemical room, sweet and sharp. Polymer. Someone scaled up the dose on the last shift. The foam on the corners shines. I tell myself all this pattern can come from some auto-adjuster in the flocculators. Maybe the paddles hit a note that shakes the surface. Machines can make rhythm. I walk the whole length of the basin. I shine my light down into the corners where scum builds up. I stop and listen. My own breath is too loud. At the far end, I stick my hand out over the water and hold it flat like I could feel it. Cold lifts from the basin and touches my palm. A thought slides in. What if you held your hand down just a little? Into it. The cold would take the bones of your fingers in its teeth. It would be a relief because the beating in your wrist would stop when your hand went numb. I jerk my hand back and my palm is wet with sweat. I wipe it on my pants. The fabric leaves a dark smear. I want to go back to the chair and the glass and the numbers and that stupid blinking box. I turn to go, and as I do, I hear a sound that is not a pump or a fan or a pipe. Footsteps. Soft, a slow pat on the metal walkway behind me. I'm sure they are mine echoed. Then the steps pause when I do. Then they start before I take my first next step. This is done, I say to the air. I take 2 steps and stop. 2 soft pats follow and stop. I turn fast, and nothing waits. The rail glints. The floor is empty. The radio cracks and hisses, and a half word comes through. I lift it to my mouth, and my thumb finds the button. Control, I say, and I hear my own voice in the little speaker. Static answers. Then, under it, there is a sound like water going down a sink far away. Then a whisper like a hand on silk. Too dry to be a voice. Too shaped not to be one. I clip the radio back and walk. My pulse bumps against my eardrums. My tongue is too big in my mouth. I go back through the door and into the warmer air and the smell of coffee and paperwork. The glass door to the control room shows my shape and a ghost of the screens. It shows the empty plant behind me in the upright rectangle like a second world. When I open it, the polite little box on the screen blinks until it has my eyes. Basin 2 at 0.71. I set the flashlight down so hard it rattles the mug, and brown coffee shivers toward the lip. I need to make a call, I think. I need to log this. I do not want the day guys to think I slept and let the turbidity climb. That is the one rule. Don't let brown water out to the town. I pick up the phone to call the on-call supervisor, Rob. The phone dial tone is a hum in the same key as the fan. I dial. The line rings. 1 ring, 2, 3. I count. I hear the count in my head as if each number is a footstep coming closer in a hall. At 5, there is a click and an old voice that is not. Rob says, "Night." "Hey, it's me," I start. "At the plant." Silence. Then, 9. The same tone, like a test, like the voice has one word. I hang up. My finger trembles. I check the number. It is right. I dial again. This time, it goes to Rob's voicemail. I leave a message about a weird oscillation in Basin 2, like a coward, I say I will keep dumping to waste until I know if it's real. I log into Skater and change the route. Clearwell goes to waste, not to town. The screen changes from green lines to blue ones, and the sound in the plant steps up as big valves shift. The numbers for outgoing flow drop. The tanks sigh because they were going to feed a million's mouths, and now they do not. I do a jar test to make myself feel useful. In the lab, I line up 6 little beakers and add a drop of alum to each and a tiny bit of polymer. I stir them with the slow stirring sticks. I write times on masking tape and put them on the front of each beaker. The flock forms in the water, little clouds that bump and catch and make bigger clouds. It is simple and quiet. I breathe easier. Then I notice the flock in each beaker pulses. The clouds rise and fall like they are attached to invisible strings. The rise and fall is the same in each beaker. I put my finger to the pulse point on my own neck and feel the beat there, and the clouds swim up on the beat and sink on the gap. I knock the table hard enough that one beaker tinks against the other. The clouds settle. For a moment, for 2 breaths, they do not move. Then they start again, patient. I do not swear out loud because it would sound weak in here where the ceiling is low and the light is bright. I pick up one beaker and walk with it so I can say, it is the floor vibrating. It is a machine. I walk into the chemical room. The beaker does not stop. I walk into the control room with the beaker in my hand and the radio on my belt, and I hold the glass up to the screen. The polite box blinks at me like a metronome. The beaker keeps time with the box, or with me. It is all the same. It is stupid to feel ashamed that a plant makes me feel watched. But I do. I look at the glass on the control room that shows me a pale man in a hard hat holding a tiny storm in a glass. I look tired. I look like someone a thing could choose. I set the beaker down on the console. The water inside it sloshes to my beat. I pull up the audio from the basin camera. It is mostly wind and faint motor noise. I turn it up. The speakers add a little hiss. I close my eyes and listen for anything like a note or a word. I hear the fan. I hear the faint, small wave close to the mic kiss the concrete edge, over and over. I hear a low, thick sound deep under all of it, a throat sound, a hollow body sound. I have heard it before when I lay my ear to my own chest and listen to my heart beat through bone. A thump and a murmur. It is the same weight. I open my eyes. The beaker water bobs, a ship on a little sea. I don't want to be here anymore. The gate to the outside is locked at night. The badge works, but there is a deadbolt only. They can release. I could call dispatch and ask for a nurse code. Tell them someone fell. That is for emergencies. This is not an emergency, I tell myself. It is a machine problem. I am not a child. I go back to the basin walkway because running from it did not help. I want to see it up close and either call it a trick and feel stupid or call it real and feel worse. But at least I will know. On the walkway, the air is colder. A moth flutters into the light and bumps the lens until it smears itself on the glass. The dark water below lies like asphalt after rain. I crouch to make the angle shallow. The ripples are tiny hills now, crawling over the surface in a slow field. They are not rings, they are lines. The lines move toward me. I say no in my head, because that is not the way. Waves go away from you, not towards you, unless you are the source. My mouth is dry. I swallow. The lines draw closer like a row of heads rising, like the water itself is pressing forward to listen. I feel ridiculous. I put my hand on the rail and count breathing in fours like my doctor told me. In 2, 3, 4. Out 2, 3, 4. Somewhere, someone drags a chain and the sound walks through the beams. Why me? I ask. Not the plant. I ask the air, the night, the thing in the concrete. If it needs a rhythm, it can take the pumps. Their beat is steady. It can take the flocculator paddles. It can take 1,000 things that are not my own chest. A memory rises that does not belong to the plant. And I hate that it comes now. I am 12 and in a school pool, and I think I can hold my breath longer than a friend. I push off the wall. The water presses my ears shut. The world narrows to the sound of my own heart underwater. The dull thud inside the echo of the pool. I come up too late, see the edge of the pool blur, and breathe water. That memory hangs over the basin like a net. I shake my head to tear it. On the far side, something moves just under the surface. Not a fish, we have nothing big in here. A shape like an empty chest. A bell without a clapper, lifting and falling. When I suck in through my teeth, it rises. When I let breath go, it sinks. I move my shoulders a fraction, and the shape leans toward me like a dog that will take food from your open palm if you hold still enough. My calves tense, like they are ready to run. But there is nowhere to run except the long, thin walkway between basins with water on both sides that will take me down if I trip. Stop, I say. It comes out ragged. Please, the shape holds. The line smooth. The water lies smoother than the floor. A piece drops into the hollow that panic made. Then behind me, a soft tap, 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 like bare feet in a hall. Not me, not an echo. It comes forward one pad at a time, like something small but heavy. It stops 2 steps behind me. I can feel my nape flood with cold as if a window opened. I do not turn. I have a thought like the water's voice in me. Not words, but a pressure shaped like words. The thought is this: if I turn, the thing will match me forever. If I look at it, it will know my name. I stand and count my breaths, even though each breath stirs the water and the water stirs me. 4 in, 4 out. My watch wants to tap. I do not look. The air around me tightens like a fist. Listen, I say, to whatever it is, to myself, to the locked gate. I can't, not this, not tonight, not tonight, someone says. I turn, because how do you not turn when someone speaks your words? The walkway is empty. There is only the rail and the lamp and the shadow of the lamp in a long bar across the concrete. The sound was wrong in my ears. It was the echo you get when you say a thing in a big room and it comes back with your shape on it, but the mouth is not yours. It came from the water. It came from under the rail. It was my voice a second behind. I back away until my heel touches the step to the control room door. The door's push bar is cold and sticky with something like condensed water against my palm. I push. It clicks with a kind, patient touch. The control room is a glass box with fish on either side. Me inside, the plant out. I lower myself back into the chair. My muscles feel like I ran up a hill. The polite little box blinks and stops when I stare. It is shy when I watch it. It is bold when I look away. I take off my watch. I put it on the desk, face down. I take my phone and kill every app that watches me. I pull the beaker to the far side of the room where I cannot see it. I open SCADA and set every motor to manual. I dial each speed to a number that is not a nice number, not round, not even. I don't know why. A number like 37% feels harder to twist into a pattern than 40%. This is stupid. I do it anyway. Then I open a free metronome app and set a beat at 63 BPM. I put it next to the mic on my headset. The small synthetic tick sounds like a finger on glass. I set the volume low enough I can forget it if I try. I close my eyes and breathe to that fake heart till my chest loosens. Tick in, tick out on the screen. The water keeps its beat. For a moment, its rhythm and the little tick drift apart. The lines on the surface scramble. They turn and go sideways, confused. The number drops. 0.43, 0.29. Okay, I say to the room, to the thing under the plant. Okay, I turn the metronome up or down a hair. I change the beat. I listen to the water scrape and start to follow, like the edge of a crowd trying to clap in time. When I find the number that is not my pulse, the water misses its step. It has to choose. It chooses me, or it chooses the fake. For a breath, it chooses neither. The surface goes flat in the camera. The feeling of someone behind me thins like a fog. I hold. I sit still. I do not look away. The screen's light goes harsh in my eyes. The lamp hum rises into a higher note. The jar in the other room might still be following, might not. I do not look. Then I feel a pressure in my chest, a hand pressing down from the inside. I think, that's panic. That's all. It will pass. I hold that thought like a coin. The pressure grows. It is as if someone under the floor sets a palm against my ribs to feel the beat, and the more I try to slow it, the harder the hand presses, like a child trying to match footsteps with its parent on the sidewalk. The radio hisses and clicks, and I hear my own voice again say, "Not tonight." I don't know if it came from now or a minute ago. I don't know if the call I made earlier came through the first time. The little light on the radio blinks, slow, patient. I cannot hold the screen with my eyes any longer. The outer corners burn. I blink. The polite box flashes yellow at the exact blink. Basin 2, 0.68. I say no out loud, and I stare again until it settles. The game is stupid and I am losing. I go to the board by the door and pull the paper watchman's log down. I flip past today and yesterday to last month. The handwriting changes hands with each shift. You can see who was neat and who sloppier, who pressed hard on a week 3 weeks back. On the night page, the notes grow thin and short, and then they get strange, or quiet. Someone wrote at 01:10, at 01:40, still quiet. At 02, waited, nothing. Then at 02:15, do not look away. At 02:30, do not turn back. At 02:45, do not say it. Then the line, nothing. The next page is day shift. Like nothing happened. I look at the signature. It is a name I recognize from the locker, with the broken combination I noticed my first night. A jacket hangs there. No helmet. No boots. I put the page back up on the hook. I don't want it in my hands. The paper crackles. The polite box on the screen waits. The threshold line climbs and drops when I look away. The water, if that's what it is patient. It is old. I'm a person on a chair. It can wait for me to blink. I pick up the radio and call the city dispatch. I say there is a line issue. I say we are dumping to waste for an hour. They mark it. They don't ask me why. The world outside does not know the way the air feels inside this one long building on a hill where the old river used to run before they bent it. And here is where it still runs. Under lights, under numbers, under my pulse. Around 3 a.m., something in me unwinds like a knot I tied in a hurry and then forgot. I don't feel brave. I feel tired down to the marrow. I feel like I have nothing to hide from the water. I stand and walk back to the basin one more time, because I think if it is going to push against me every time I breathe, then I might as well choose where I breathe. On the walkway, I stop at the same spot. The lines on the surface run toward me and then away as if they can't decide where I am. I lean over and see nothing but blackness and a few pale flakes. I think of dip nets. I think of drowning. I know you can hear me, I say to the surface. I don't want to be what you use. The lines flatten for a beat, as if it listened. Take the pumps, I say. Take the paddles. They won't stop. I will. No real answer, but the air changes. The fan's moan turns a hair. The water seems to thicken and then thin like long breaths. I set my palm on the rail. I close my eyes. I count without the watch. I count my own beat because I have it whether I measure it or not. Then I stop counting. I open my eyes. The lines on the water are messy. They cross and slap and die. Somewhere under the concrete, something falls quiet, like a big animal changing position to sleep. I walk back to the control room and sit. The numbers on the screen settle one by one. I flip my route back to town. The valves move. The plant sighs again. The meters climb. Basin 2 reads 0.21. The polite box stops blinking. It retreats into itself like a child looks away. When the adult looks back, I do my rounds. I write the neatest notes I have ever written. I check every door. I rub grease into the squeal on the Basin 3 scraper, even though it can wait. I wash my hands twice to get the oil smell off. I drink fresh coffee. and it tastes like water that has been touched by fire. I expect the thing in the water to try again, and it does, but soft. When I look away to pick up the pen, to press the tape into place on a bottle, to scratch my side, the number bumps a hair and then stops when I look back. It feels like a testing finger on the back of my hand. Can I? No? All right. By 5 a.m., the eastern windows go grey. Birds in the rafters start. The water in basin too looks like water again, not a lung. The day shift comes in with noise and jokes and steel-toed boots that make the night noise fade like a dream you almost remember. Rob comes last, rubbing his eyes, and asks in a normal voice, "Quiet night?" I hand him the log. My handwriting looks like someone else wrote it. It is too neat. He barely glances. He pulls his mug out of the microwave, holds it to his chin like a small heater, and says, "Any alarms?" "A small turbidity oscillation," I say, because that is how you say it. Basin 2. I dumped to waste 20 minutes, then it settled. He grunts. "That probe's fussy. I'll get a new one up. Good call dumping to waste." He sips. He does not look at me long. I don't think he sees how my hands don't shake because I am making them not shake. I go to my car at shift change. The sky is white where the sun will come up. The fence is still. The little badge reader blinks red and then green. The bolt in the gate thunks open with a solid, friendly sound. Normal. At a stoplight, while I wait, I find myself tapping my fingers on the steering wheel. Tap, tap, tap. The habit of keeping time. I stop the tapping, and the water in the bottle in the cup holder bumps once. A tiny knock against plastic, like a little head coming up for air. I can say it is the car's vibration. I can say it is my imagination. I want to say both. At home, I run the shower too hot and step into the steam like a clean new animal. The water hits my back in a flat, noisy sheet. It runs off my arms and makes small rivers on the tile. I close my eyes. I put my face in the spray. For the first minute, it is fine. Then I feel the spray change on my shoulder. Not the pressure, the rhythm. The water comes in soft beats, not steady. It comes a hair after my heart. I open my eyes and see nothing but my own hand on the glass. The little droplets slide down it and join and make bigger ones. And every time my chest moves, the big drops jump a little. "Stop," I say out loud to my empty bathroom. My voice sounds stupid and small. I turn the knob off. The shower goes quiet. Water still ticks from the shower head in slow drips. Each drip is a knock on tin. In the kitchen, I pour a glass of tap water and set it on the counter. I step back. The surface is flat. I try not to breathe, as if my breath could move the water from across the room. Then I take one slow breath. The surface blinks, a tiny dimple rising and sinking to a beat I can feel but not see. I sleep hard in daylight with a blanket over my head. I wake to nothing, then to the sound of the neighbor's car, then to birds. In the afternoon, the plant calls and asks if I can do another night. Someone is sick. They need me. It runs itself. they say. Kind. I say yes because I want to see if it was only a night thing. I say yes because if it is not, it does not matter where I am. I hear it anyway. Most nights since, the plant is quiet. The numbers sit where they should. The water makes the normal little random skins like the breaths of a sleeping thing that does not know me. Some nights, though, I feel a hand on the inside of my chest, pressed back from far under concrete. I hold the rail, and the rail holds me. I say, not tonight. The water says it back a second later, in my voice, like I am talking to myself through glass. At home, sometimes my cup on the table drums the smallest sound. When my eyes close, I open them, and the surface goes smooth and blank, polite. The glass shows my face. The lines run toward it and then away, as if the whole quiet town is a basin, and the whole black night is a lung, and I am only one beat it can choose to use if I let it. I still have the watch. I keep it off. I set it face down on the dresser. I have learned this. A number is a door. If you put your ear to it, something on the other side might put its ear there too and listen back. I still hear little things at the plant at 3 in the morning. The sound of wet steps that stop when I stop. The soft click in the speaker when I think of looking away. The way the jar test clouds rise and fall like breathing when I forget to watch. I keep my eyes on the ugly little box until my vision blurs. I hum. I set the metronome sometimes, just enough to give the thing a different toy. There are nights I consider leaving. Then I think of my heart knocking in my chest and my bathtub drumming on its porcelain lip. And I know I could go to another plant, another town, another room, and there would be water. There is always water. I can't outrun what hears me in it, so I walk the same metal walkway. I check the same valves. I write the same neat notes. I say it softly each time I pass Basin 2, like a greeting to a neighbor I don't want to invite inside. Not tonight. Sometimes I think I hear the water answer in that same patient voice that is really just the after sound of my own words on the concrete. Not tonight, but it waits. Water always waits. And I still hear a little drum under the hum of the plant when the room is empty, and the drum keeps the time I keep. And when I shut my eyes, even for a blink at the end of a long shift, the polite little box on the screen flashes yellow, as if asking a question I do not want to answer. It is a small thing, that blink. It is easy to miss. When I close my eyes to sleep, the glass by the bed gives back the softest sound, once, like a fingertip tapping wood in a room you thought was quiet. And I lie awake for a beat. I can count without counting. And I listen to water that isn't moving, pretend it does not hear me breathing in the dark. Windows are supposed to be safe. They are walls you can see through. They keep weather out and faces in. They make a picture frame for the night. That is what I used to think. My place is on the 3rd floor. The building is old red brick, with no balconies on my side. The alley below is narrow and always smells a little like damp cardboard. There is a fire escape, but it is on the other side of the building. My window looks over the empty space between buildings and a thin slice of street you can only see if you lean the right way. There is a small sill, barely 2 fingers wide, and chipped paint that leaves white dust on your hand if you touch it. That is all. On the night it started, I was awake because I could not settle. The room was too quiet. The radiator had gone to sleep between clanks. The fridge in the kitchen had decided to stop humming, just to make a point. The streetlight outside did its soft buzz. I was sitting in bed with my back against the wall, half reading, half not. My eyes drifted to the window because of a tiny change in the light, a slow shadow passing where no shadow should be. There was a man standing outside my 3rd floor window. He was not on a balcony. There is no balcony. He was not holding a rope. There was no rope. He was not crouched on a wide ledge. There is no ledge. He was just there. He stood upright, close enough that the glass was only a thin thing between his face and my room. For a second, my brain said, reflection. The glass sometimes gives you back a stranger when the room light and street light meet in the wrong way. But this was not that. The angle was wrong. The shape was wrong. He was outside. He wore a dark coat that could have been black or could have been wet. His hair flattened against his skull, like he had been under rain that had stopped an hour ago. His shoes, if they were shoes, were right at the glass line. The soles were level with the bottom of my window frame, and there was nothing to hold them up. The alley. Below was only air. His face was not pressed against the glass. He left a finger's space like someone careful with their nose. He did not raise his hands. He did not knock. He only stood and looked in. It took my body a full breath to remember how to move. I put the book down without looking at the place where it landed. I leaned forward a little because part of me thought he would slide away if I moved too much, like a bird on a branch ready to go. He did not. His eyes were open. They were not angry. They were not wild. They were patient, as if he had been waiting for me to see him and was pleased that I finally had. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. I did it slow, like he could hear the air moving. My finger was clumsy. I opened the camera. The screen showed the window. It showed empty night. It showed a pale cut where the streetlight fell on the edge of the frame. It did not show him. I lowered the phone. He was there. I raised the phone. On the phone, he was not there. The glass on my phone had a tiny scratch I had not seen before. I stared at the scratch because I could not look straight into his eyes for more than a second. My hand shook. I set the phone down and it buzzed against the wood and made a sound too loud for the room. We stood like that. Me inside, him outside. The space between us, a pane of glass that suddenly felt thin as plastic wrap. I tried to talk and could not. When I finally found my voice, it came out small. "Hello," I said, like he might be a lost man who needed help, and not whatever this was. He did not answer. He did not move. A bus went by on the street far away, all breath and low ache. His mouth did not copy the bus. He was not a reflection of anything I could find. My mind did what it does when it breaks. It started making lists. There is no balcony, no scaffolding, no window washer ropes, no ledge big enough for feet if he leaned on anything. The paint would crack and fall. If he weighed anything, he would fall. My breath did not feel like air. It felt like cold water poured into a tight glass. I stood up from the bed. My knees were soft and made an old wood sound. I walked toward the window. The floor under the rug did not squeak the way it usually does, and the silence of that made me angrier than anything, because I wanted the floor to be itself. I wanted the room to tell me it was still my room. I stopped 2 steps from the glass. He was taller than me. He held his head at a small angle like someone reading a sign in a foreign language. He was close enough that if the glass had not been between us, we could have breathed the same warm breath. I said, "Can you hear me?" He blinked once, slow, like blinking was a habit he had to remember to do. He did not open his mouth. I told myself he was on some kind of narrow something I could not see from this angle. I told myself someone had put a plank between buildings to paint and forgot to take it back inside. I told myself anything. I reached for the curtain. I thought, if I cannot see him, he cannot see me. As my fingers touched the fabric, he leaned a little. Not back, closer, not much, a ½ inch. The glass did not touch his skin. A tiny fog circle bloomed and died at the place where his breath hit the pane. I did not want to know what it smelled like. I let go of the curtain. The fabric fell open again on its own and made a soft whisper, like a person deciding not to speak. I took another step back. He did not take any step. There was nowhere for his feet to go. Time got strange, like it does in waiting rooms and bad dreams. It bent. It hung. I looked at the clock on the wall and then did not look again, because the second hand was the loudest sound in the world, and it made me want to throw it across the room. I sat down on the floor because my legs thought it was morning. It was not. It was some other time that was only for this. I dialed 911. My voice did not want to say my address. It kept trying to say my name. The dispatcher was calm in the way of people who cannot see what you see. I told her there was a man outside my 3rd floor window. I said the words, "no balcony" 3 times, like that would make her understand the shape of it. She said, "Stay away from the window. Are you alone?" I said yes. She said officers were on the way. I put the phone down on the bed, but kept the line open, like that was a rope I could hold. I did not want to take my eyes off him. I was sure if I looked down, he would be different when I looked up. I tried not to blink. He did not find the door to his mouth. He did not smile. He did not put his hands up. He did nothing, and the nothing was so loud it filled the room. A car pulled into the alley. Blue and red light touched the bricks and went away. Boots on stairs. A knock on my door. Police. I went to the door and kept the chain on and opened it a crack. The 2 officers looked tired and cold. The older one had his hand on the rail, like he was ready to lean into whatever I was about to hand him. I said, "He's at the window." They came in. Their radios murmured another part of the city. In small bites, they kept their voices polite, the way you do with someone who might be frightened for nothing or for something you can fix. The older one went to the window and peered out with a practiced look. The younger one stood a step behind me and made himself large in my small place. The older one said, "I don't see anyone." I stood next to him and pointed, finger up, stupid, like a child in class. "There," I said. "He's right there." The glass showed the night. It showed the thin slice of street. It showed a dull rectangle in the building across from me. It did not show the man. I put my head near the glass, as if that would bring him back. The officer said, soft, "Arm, sir, step back," and put his palm out without touching me. I swallowed. I did not argue well. I tried to make my words line up. "He was there," I said. "He stood there. He stood there for..." I did not know how long it had been. He leaned when I touched the curtain. He breathed. There was fog. The younger officer looked at the frame, at the lock, at the sill. He tapped the paint with a finger. It left white dust on his fingertip. "Windows old," he said to the other, as if they needed to inventory something. He shone his light at the bottom corner. "No tampering. Could be someone on the roof," the older one said, but his voice made it sound like a thing he had to say. "We'll look around the alley. Keep your door locked." They left. Their shoulders carried their day down the stairs. Their boots beat the stairwell, and the sound of them went away into the building's stomach. The radio on the table still whispered before the dispatcher ended the call. I was alone again in my square of night. I went back to the window. He was there. He had not used the time to change his face. He had not used the time to press his hands to the glass. He had not used the time to do anything at all. He had only held his place outside my third-floor window, like a note stuck on a wall. My stomach dropped like a lift. I stepped back until the backs of my legs hit the bed and sat fast. The mattress sighed. A voice in my head said, "Move the bed away." Another voice said, "He does not need the bed." Another voice said, "Do not make any sound of fear. It might like it." He stayed for hours. I do not say that like a joke. I say it because I watched the numbers on the clock change, and I watched the light of the street make a slow, different shape on his face as a cloud moved and came back and no part of him broke. My eyes burned. I let them burn. If I blinked, he would be closer when I opened them, I was sure. We lived in that space between glass together until the sky in the east went a shade that meant the sun was thinking about coming. That color was a relief in my throat. It said, "You still belong to the day." He turned his head a fraction, with that first gray like someone listening for a far engine. Then he was gone. Not gone like a jump. Not gone like a run. Gone like a cut. There was a man. Then there was not. The window was a window again. The glass held only the noise of the city going back to work. I slept with the light on and my shoes at the end of the bed, like some part of me would need to move fast and forget where I was. When I woke late and late, the room looked normal in the way rooms do after the worst night of your life. The things were the same, but they did not belong to the same place. The curtain hung light as a skirt. The book was where it fell. The clock forgave me. The window waited, politely, like it could not see me. I went close and checked the glass. There were two small ovals of fog, dried to a dim film where a breath had been, one high, one low, as if he could not decide where to aim. There were lines on the outside, thin curved marks like someone had touched the pane with a fingernail and drawn a half moon. I pressed my finger to the inside of the glass across from the marks and felt the cold. Downstairs in the alley, I looked up. My window was my window. Yellow paint at the sill meant to keep the birds off. Nothing to stand on. Streaks where rain washed dirt. A small brown leaf stuck to the corner of the frame, like a hand that had decided to stop climbing. I stood until the super came out and said, "You okay?" Because I guess I did not look okay. Was someone on the roof last night? I asked. He frowned. Roof is locked, he said. Alarms. No work up there. He squinted up where I was looking. Pigeons, he said, like that ended the story. Night two, I told myself. It would not happen again. The brain is simple. It wants to stop the story at the easy place. I slept with the light on anyway. I put a chair under the doorknob because fear likes useless things. I angled the chair so I could see it in the window glass like a mirror. I laid on the bed in clothes. I closed my eyes with a little prayer to no one in particular. I woke with the feeling that there was a person in the room. I opened my eyes to prove the feeling wrong. He stood outside my third-floor window. He stood the way a tree stands, the way a number on a page sits, the way patient things hold their shape. Something in me broke, and then came back together in a new place. I was not surprised. That made it worse. I pushed myself up on my elbows. My mouth knew the shape of the word please and decided not to say it because I thought if I said please, there would be agreements. I wrote on a piece of paper, "Go away," and held it up. My hand shook. The letters looked like a child had written them with a broken pen. He tilted his head a small degree, left to right, like a bird, as if he read and had to line up the letters on a line in his head. He did not go. I put the paper down. I picked up my phone to take a picture anyway. The camera showed the window and the chair and a stretched pale version of me. It did not show him. The battery icon ticked down 2 points in a second, like it hated being open. The building breathed and creaked and made the small sound it makes when it laughs at itself. He stayed. He did not tap. He did not wave. He saved his energy for standing. At 3 in the morning, a neighbor upstairs dropped something heavy on their floor. The sound came down the wall like a hand slapping the back of your neck. He did not look up. He was a spot on the map of the air. At 4, a car alarm in the street sang for a minute, then died. He did not blink at the change. At 5, the sky made that thin grey again, and he left like before. A cut. This time, there was a new mark where he had been. A faint smear at the edge of the glass like the oil from a palm, except There had been no palm. 5 small dots above it, like fingertips spaced wrong for a human hand. The day did that lie it does. It made me braver with food and coffee and faces. I went to work and typed and smiled at things and pretended I did not count windows in other buildings as I passed them, pretending to see if anyone else had a person outside on air. That afternoon I bought tape and stuck it over the log so it would not rattle. I wiped the window with a cloth on a stick and could not reach the outside, no matter how I tried. From the ground later, if I craned my neck and the sun was stupid, I could see a dull new crescent just at the edge of my pane, too far for my hand to ever touch. Night 3. I put the bed against the opposite wall so the window was at my feet instead of my face. I thought, less power if he is small. I thought, he was not less power when he was a head and shoulders. He does not need scale. He came early, before midnight. He stood. The room did its new trick of making third floor space into a ground level fear. My eyes learned a new kind of hurt from staring. I tried to watch TV to drown the sound of him not moving. The moving pictures felt like lies. The volume put glue in my ears, and the silence around it was still louder. He did not turn toward the screen. He was only a person who could stand where people cannot stand. On night 4, I tried to be bold. I walked up to the window and lifted the lock, a tiny metal slide that says yes or no with no passion. I lifted it a 1/4 inch. The gap let in a thin breath of outside air that smelled like wet metal and cold leaves and lower things. It brought his smell, which was no smell I knew. Not rot, not perfume. It was like a room where a lot of people took off their coats and never came back for them. He leaned in so close the smallest hair on his cheek touched the glass. That hair made a line on the moisture, like a needle dragging in snow. I pushed the lock down with a finger. It clicked, the way everything should click, and locked the air out again. The click is a small word, but it spoke to me like a mother, firm. He did not get angry. He did not change. That calm was worse than any face he could have made. I called the super again, and he came up and stood at the window with me in the day, and he put his hand on his hip and said, "You're spooking yourself." He told me about a trick the glass can do at night with lights, and how it can make you see like there's a man. He said, "I'll have someone come clean the outside when the weather's right." He said, "Stop watching it." If I could have stopped, I would have. I tried leaving the apartment. One night, I grabbed my coat and went down the stairs and out to the sidewalk and stood with my head back to look up. My window looked down like an eye. The glass was a dull square in the brick. The streetlight made an orange pool on the sidewalk. The air felt the same as inside when I had opened the lock. There was nothing standing there. You cannot see the absence of a person from below. You can only feel the weight of the height and think about falling. When I went back up and opened my door, my place warmed my face with old air, and the radiator decided it wanted to talk again. I set my bag down. I turned to the window. He was there, patient as a chair. The time on the stove said I had been away for 7 minutes. He had not used the 7 minutes to learn new tricks. He had not used them to leave. On the 5th night, instead of looking at me, he turned his head to the side, so he was looking past me into the left-hand corner of the room. I do not know if his eyes could see anything at that angle. He turned his whole face slowly, chin, mouth, eyes, without moving any other part of him. He stared at that spot for a full hour. I stood to the right, small, ignored, and hated how the being ignored was a relief. Then he turned back and looked at me again, like a minute had not happened. I started to hear him in the way the window breathed. There was no sound, but my head made one. It made a low hum like the throat of a fridge. It made a footstep sound that never reached the floor. It made the sound of someone standing for so long you can fit your fear inside their patience. I tried again with the police. I called, and the dispatcher told me to come down and buzz them up. And when I opened the door to the stairwell, a cold went over my face like a cloth. The officers this time were different. One was a woman with hair pulled tight. She had seen everything and carried it in a place that did not show. She stood at the window with me for longer than the others had. She said, "I see your neighbor's cat in the next building." The cat stared into a hallway light and forgot us. The officer asked, "Any threats? Any contact?" I said no. She said, "Sometimes your brain makes a man where there isn't one. It is what humans do. Close your curtains." She had to say something. She left. I closed the curtains. The curtains moved without a draft and opened a finger's width like a person looking through a door chain. He was still there, at dawn on the 7th day. There was a new mark on the glass, a scratch on the outside that had not been there before. It was long and thin and curved like a smile, except too flat and facing the wrong way. I put my finger on it and felt nothing because it was outside. I put my face close and saw that the scratch was actually 5 smaller scratches, side by side, thin as hairs. I bought tape with a pattern and stuck it along the sill inside, like a line of flags. I told myself this was to warn me if anything moved. It was really to make the window mine again. The tape stuck and made a cheerful sound that did not reach the glass. He watched me apply each piece. He did not find it funny. I asked a friend to come over. I did not want to be the only person in my life who knew this shape. He came, looked out, saw brick, saw night, saw nothing. We sat on the couch with our coats on because taking them off would have been a claim. We drank tea because coffee would have made the fear busy. We waited and put songs on and then turned them off. And my friend told me that stress is a trick, and the trick is that it wants you to look at it. He left at 1 because he had work. He squeezed my shoulder and said, "Sleep." He said the word in a way that meant he could give it to me like a gift. The door clicked. The hall took him like water takes a coin and never gives it back. At 2, the elevator stopped on my floor and then moved on. It made a soft machine laugh. He did not laugh with it. He was not that kind of thing. At 3, he raised one hand from his side. It was the first time he had moved in that way. The hand lifted with care. The fingers unfurled like someone opening a paper flower. He put his palm against the glass. No slap, no push, only skin and glass with a thin air between. My mouth went dry in a way that felt like chalk. On the other side, the print bloomed in moisture, then faded. His palm lined up with where my face would be if I took one step forward. I did not take that step. I wished for a different life where I opened the window and asked him what he wanted. And he said something simple like water or help me. And I gave him a plastic bottle and he drank and left. Or I dialed a number and doors opened and he stepped into some other story. That life is not this one. At 4, he brought his hand down, slow, and stopped. The sky did its grey again, and he left. The glass was a picture again. The room breathed wrong in relief. I thought about moving. I looked at maps of other streets and told myself a second-floor place would be safer. And then I laughed out loud because the laugh had somewhere to go. I told the laugh I was not funny. A name at the bottom of a lease in a new building is only ink. It will not keep a man from standing where a man cannot stand. On the 8th night, there was no man. I lay in a body that forgot how to relax. The window was only a window. The night was a night. The fridge made its frog sound, and I loved it. The radiator knocked a question, and I answered it by closing my eyes and sleeping. I woke once, and the room was still empty, and my heart remembered how to beat without breaking. In the morning, the room smelled like coffee and not like fear. I told myself, see, it stopped. On the 9th night, he came back. He brought something. He held it between his thumb and first finger like a coin. He raised it at the glass so I could see. It was small and dull and caught the light, and my stomach knew what it was before my eyes did. It was a key. It was my spare key. The one I keep in a flat magnet box under the pipe in the hallway, because sometimes I forget mine, and I do not like asking the super to let me in. The box was empty. I had checked it 3 days ago after the second night and felt the comfort of the cool metal when it knocked my fingers. He held the key and tipped it so the blank part faced the glass and the notches went dark. He did not smile. He did not shake it. He only showed me the way metal reflects light. I stood up, and my body did a cold thing from scalp to heel. He turned the key in his fingers once, like a person trying to remember which way a map goes. He placed the key against the glass with a small click I could not hear, but my teeth did. Then he let it go. The key did not fall. It hung against the glass, as if the glass had another glass on the other side, and the key was pressed between them. He took his hand away. The key stayed. I took a step without remembering the step, and my knee hit the bed. The key stayed. The air made a small thread sound in my ears. I do not know how long it hung. Long enough for me to say, no, in a dozen different ways in my head. Long enough to see the metal start to fog on the side, facing in, like it was breathing now with my air. Long enough for me to try to form a plan and fail. Then he lifted his hand again and took the key back. He curled his fingers around it. He did not show me the other side. He raised his other hand and put 2 fingers under the lock in the frame. He did not pull. He did not scratch. He left them there, as if to say, "Here." His 2 fingers looked wrong, or my eyes could not decide where they started. I ran to the door and slid the chain and turned the deadbolt and turned it again and stepped back and waited for the loud knock that never came. The window was a door without a handle, and the door was a window with too many. He left at dawn with the key in his hand. In the morning, I went into the hall, bent, reached under the pipe. The box was still there but empty. I shook it as if the metal might come back. It rattled a tired plastic rattle. I put it back and stood with my hand on the wall, so I could feel the building choose to ignore me. I told the super about a lost key, because that is a thing a person can fix. He shrugged and pulled a pad of paper from his pocket. He wrote my unit number with a dull pencil and said, "We'll repin," and then said, "There'll be a fee," and then said, "Next week," and then said nothing else because he has a life. At night, I sat with my back to the opposite wall and watched the window and waited like a person waiting for weather. He came with patient feet that had no place to go. He stood with a patience I have never had. He raised no hands. He showed me nothing. For hours, one night, a week after the key, there were ropes on my side of the building for the first time since I moved in. I heard the thump-thump of a bucket against brick. I heard the squeak of pulleys and the soft scrape of a squeegee, and laughed a bad laugh because all I needed was a person with a harness to say, "No one can stand here," and my brain could rest. I pulled the curtain and pressed my face to the glass. The ropes were moving. The bucket swung. The squeegee made a long sound, like a slow violin. No men, no faces, no hands. The platform was a shadow that never reached my window. The ropes were tied to nothing. They burned the brick as they moved. I stood very still and watched, and could not see where the ropes went at the top or bottom. The sound went past me and on to the next place, and then away. When it was done, the glass had one long, clean streak across the middle, as if someone had meant to wash it and then changed their mind halfway. He came that night and stood. He stood for hours. He stood like a story someone told long ago and forgot where it ended. Now the nights have their own shape. The world does what it always did. The elevator sleeps between floors. The heat tries and stops. The cat in the other building sits in a square of light and looks through my window like a priest. My room breathes. The glass holds. He comes some nights and stands. He stands until the sky thinks about light. He leaves like a cut. He leaves marks that are too fine for anyone but me to care about. I wipe, and the marks stay because they are not dirt. I do not tell many people. It is hard to explain a thing that does nothing. People like actions. They ask, "What did he do?" And when you say, "He stood," they smile because they think you are safe. The strange thing is, I do not always think he is here for me. Sometimes he does not look at me. Sometimes he looks past me into the place behind the chair or into the space above the lamp. Sometimes he turns his head and listens like a person listening for water in a pipe. Sometimes his eyes close long enough for me to think he sleeps standing on air. But on the nights he watches me, I feel it like a cold slide under warm water. I feel the heavy quiet that comes before any voice. I feel my own name sit heavy in my mouth, like I should not say it again for a while. I hold the curtain with 2 fingers, and it lifts before I pull, as if his breath came first. I have thought many times about taping the window black and pretending there is no outside. I have thought many times about leaving the window wide and inviting the night as a dare. I have done neither. I live in a thin line between those 2 ideas. If you ask me now why I did not run, I will tell you a lie or a simple truth. The lie is, I'm not afraid. The simple truth is, moving does not help if the thing you fear has learned your shape and your time. If he is outside a 3rd floor window that is only air, he can find another window in another building with only air. The sky is full of walls. I did one thing that makes sense. I moved my bed away and put a desk there. I sit at the desk at night and write. And when he comes, I do not stand up. I do not speak. I make my handwriting small and neat until the letters stop shaking. Sometimes I write my name and then cross it out. Sometimes I write another name and stare at the shape of it and wait for the window to decide if that is a door it likes better. The window does not care. He stood outside my 3rd floor window for hours last night. The night before that, too. The night before that, he did not come, and the glass looked like it missed something, and it would not tell me what. Tonight, he is not here yet. The glass holds only the reflection of my lamp, and my tired face looking older than last week. I try not to look at my face in the glass too long, because sometimes the shape changes, like the glass wants to fit someone else over me. It is close to the hour the sky does its small breath, between 3 and 4. That is when he often comes. I can feel the building waiting with me. The plaster holds its quiet like a lung. The street light buzzes a little closer, as if the air between us is thinner. I could get up and check the door for the 10th time. I could call someone and ask them to listen to the silence on my end. I could stand with my hand on the glass and see if it is cold. I do none of that. I sit and listen to the room. Listen to me. If he comes, I will not wave. I will not ask. If he shows me the key again, I will not reach. If he turns his head and looks at the corner behind me, I will try not to look also, because I am tired of giving the corner everything it wants. If he puts his hand on the glass lined up with my face, I will breathe slow and count and let the breath fog and fade and fog again. He stayed for hours before. He will again. The glass is thin. The night is patient. The building keeps time whether we like it or not. When he leaves, it is always like a cut you did not see happen, and the wound looks old right away. I think about the first night sometimes, and the way my brain quietly tried to help me by saying reflection. It did it to save me. There are worse words to live with. There are worse shapes to put on a man who stands where nothing can hold him. There is the shape outside my window now. A slow dart, a small tilt, a patient face. The glass changes. The curtain lifts a finger. The streetlight paints his shoulder and makes the skin there a little gold that it does not earn. He leans a half-inch like a person remembering a song. He does not knock. He does not ask. He does not need to. I keep writing because it helps. The pen makes a sound. The room listens to it. The room likes any sound I make that is not fear. He stands. He watches. The hours lengthen and then go thin. The sky at the edge of the city thinks about light. He will leave in his cut way. I will sleep on top of the bed in my clothes with one shoe on. Because that is how you sleep when you might have to move and you know you will not. In the morning, I will touch the glass and feel the cold and see the marks and wipe, and the marks will stay, and I will make coffee that tastes like nothing, and then like coffee, and I will tell myself today I will not look at windows in other buildings when I walk, and I will fail. If I forget and walk into the room at night without thinking, and the glass is just glass, and there is nothing on it, I feel empty. That is the worst part. It is not the nights he comes. It is the nights he does not. It is the space he leaves in me that fits his patient standing shape and waits to be filled. Someone asked me once, why not move the bed to the hall or sleep in the bathroom? I did that one night. I put a pillow in the tub and pulled the curtain and slept like you sleep in a boat. He still came. I could feel the shape of him through walls. I could feel the pause his presence makes in the air. The building is old and holds the memory of movements in the middle of the night. It knows when a thing is beside it. Tonight, the glass shows my desk lamp, my hand, my face, and beyond those, the straight line of a shoulder that is not mine, and the steady eyes that have all the time in the world. He has chosen this window. He has chosen this height. He has chosen to stand for hours, and I have chosen to sit and not open the lock and to say nothing. Sometimes, in my head, a small voice tries again to make it simple. It says wind. It says shadow. It says a trick of the brain. It says tiredness paints men where there are none. I let the voice speak. I let it say the warm things. Then I look at the thin fog circle bloom and die on the glass in just the place where a mouth would be if there were a man breathing outside my window. And I know I am not alone in the house my life makes after dark. There are rules in a cold warehouse. They are not all on the posters. Wear your suit. Keep your head hood up. Don't joke about the doors. Always cool before you go into freezer 6. If the floor fog's heavy, step back. If the palette is too heavy for what the paper says, write it down and move on. People say the rules are there to keep the product safe. They keep your body safe too. I work nights as a picker at a food distribution center. It is one big building with 3 worlds inside. Dry, cooler, freezer. Dry smells like cardboard and warm tape. Cooler smells like cut lettuce. Freezer is its own kind of air. The cold in there is hard. Your breath turns white and floats and sticks to your hood. Your eyelashes get small dots of ice if you laugh. They gave me a scanner gun and a jacket with my name on Velcro. They showed me how to check a manifest. You scan a label, the gun beeps, the screen tells you how many cases, What slot? And the weight. There is a scale in my electric pallet jack. You learn to feel weight through your gloves. You learn to listen for the beeps. Fast beep is good. Long beep means you did it wrong. On my first week, I learned the sound the big freezer doors make when the air equalizes. A long suck and sigh, like a quiet wail. I learned the way the rubber skirts slap your suit when you drive through and make you feel like you are pushing through a mouth. I learned the trick to keeping your face warm. You breathe down. By week 3, I could build a nice square pallet without thinking. One hand on the jack handle, the other on a case. I checked the weight and the case count without letting go. I moved like the rest do. You become a kind of machine, but you keep your human eyes. The first heavy carton was on a Tuesday, close to midnight. My gun told me, slot F317, item 4-435, 12 cases, 480 pounds. I slid the forks under the pallet and bumped the scale button. 533 popped up. The line on the gun flashed yellow, over by 53 pounds. That is not one extra case by mistake. That is more like another person. I felt the weight too. The jack strained a little as I pulled. You know the sound. A low hum like a throat. I looked at the wrap. Clear film, tight as skin, dated with a printed tag from that afternoon. No broken edges. The boxes under it were clean. No tears. No loose tape. I backed out of the aisle and called on the radio. Marta, I've got a weight mismatch on F317. Her voice came back with a little static. How much? 50 over. Bring to audit. Don't break the wrap yet. Audit is a small area near the dock where they check mistakes. A table, a scale, a metal knife with a bent tip. A slow fan moves the same air in a circle. It smells like tape and cold ink. I parked the pallet and watched my breath go up and fall. Marta came with her clipboard. Big person. She wears her freezer suit like armor and always looks warm even when I can't feel my fingertips. First one tonight? She asked. First for me. She pressed the pallet scale. It blinked the same number as my jack. She put a hand on her hip. Weird. Maybe the manifest is wrong, I said. She pointed the pen at the label. Same lot. Same print time as the one we did an hour ago. She tilted her head and looked at the wrap the way a person looks at a magic trick. Okay, we open. She cut the film at the corner. Her knife made a little squeal against the plastic that hit the same note as the fan. We pulled the wrap off in a sheet and set it aside. We lifted the top box. It was sealed, strapped tight, printed with blue letters and a snowflake. You want to do it? She asked. I nodded. I took the knife and broke the tape. My hands felt slow through the gloves. I opened the flaps. Cold fog rose out like breath from a mouth. Inside the box, there should have been 12 small bags of frozen potato wedges. There was frost. Frost like white sand. Neat. Flat all the way across, like someone had smoothed it with a hand. Across the frost, starting near the back of the box, walked a set of boot prints. Not child, not tiny. Big prints. the kind we all wear. Deep, heel, tread, toe. They walked forward 2 steps, 3, and then off the front edge of the box. If you set the box back in the stack, the front edge would meet air. The boot prints walked to where air should be, then stopped. The potato wedges were not there. The box was light in my hands in a way that made my stomach heavy. I looked up at Marta. She had pulled her hood back a little, and her eyes were wide, but her mouth was thin. She reached in and touched the frost with one finger. Her glove came up white with a sheet of crystals. She rubbed thumb and finger. "Dry," she said, like a note. We stood there a moment listening to the fan. The freezer's big compressors kicked on in a far room, and the sound came through the floor like a low engine. The boxes around us did not change their faces. Marta cleared her throat. "We log it, take pictures, wrap it back up and mark return." She looked at me like she was trying to put a lid on the air. "Don't tell the whole shift. You know how they get." "How do they get?" I asked, though I knew. "They get stories." I took out my work phone, snapped a picture. The flash made the frost shine like tiny broken glass. In the picture, the boot prints looked faint. The camera never sees the thing your eye does. We checked 2 more top boxes. Same frost, no product. In one, the boot prints started more to the left. In the other, they were shallow, like someone walking in hard snow. They all walked to the front edge. They all stopped there. "Okay," Marta said, pen moving fast. "We send email to QC. Go keep picking." I wanted to ask a question like a kid. I wanted to say, "Where did the person go?" But my mouth said, "Okay." Back in the aisles, the world pretended to be normal. The lights buzzed. The jag beeped. My breath clouded and fell. The scanner bleeps made small, tidy sounds. I told myself a hard story. Misprint on the manifest. Frozen air looks like prints. Someone played a joke. Treads look like things because the human brain wants to see feet in the frost, like we want to see faces in the dark. The next hour was clean. Pallets weighed what they should. Boxes had fries inside and hard corners that tell your hands, yes, something is in here. I lifted and stacked and made neat cubes. The cold made my face numb, and that was a gift. Near 2 in the morning, I came to slot F402, item 6162, 16 cases, 640 pounds. I slid the forks. The jack groaned left, then right, like it did not want to commit. Scale read 701. I loaded it anyway, because that is what you do. I took it to audit, because that is what I did before. I didn't call on the radio because I didn't want my voice to say the thing out loud. Marta was with Trey now, the shift lead. Trey is tall and thin and always looks like he just woke up from a nap he didn't want to take. "Another," he said to me. His breath came out slow, and you could see it curl away. He tapped the scale. Holy, we opened. The noise was the same. The frost was the same. The boot prints were the same. I leaned in because some part of me wanted to smell it. It smelled like nothing, good nothing, the kind that is clean and cold and wants to stay its own self forever. Could be a packing line thing, Trey said. But his voice said he was borrowing words. Dry ice confusion. They sent it wrong. Marta didn't answer. She looked past my ear at the big freezer door. It was closed, of course. The plastic strip curtains beyond it hung still. We wrapped that pallet, tagged it, moved it to a corner with two others. Return. Hold. The corner felt like a place in a hospital where they put beds behind a curtain. You can still see the feet. The third heavy pallet came at the end of the week, when I was the only one deep in Freezer 6. Freezer 6 is not like the others. It is newer, colder. The air bites faster in there. The fans overhead run harder. When the defrost cycle kicks, fog comes like a low cloud and curls around your legs. The floor is ribbed for tires, and the ribs hold frost like sugar in grooves. Everything in there hums in one note, and you feel it in the bones of your face. My radio always sounds thin in Freezer 6. It cracks and whispers even when no one is talking. I had 3 picks left from the back of 6. Then I could go to break and hold a hot cup in my hands until feeling came back. I turned into the long lane. The boxes in this lane are huge, tall as my chest. The names on them are long and medical, for food that goes to hospitals or to planes. The light at the far end strobed once, and then settled, like it was thinking about going out and decided to wait. My gun told me, slot 6J12, item 903. 10 cartons, 1,000 pounds. My jack scale said 1,092. My back said, careful. I pushed through anyway because that is what you do. The forks dove. The pallets settled onto steel and said a little ending-inch sound, a woodboard complaining under cold. I drove to audit in the quiet way. In 6, the world listens harder and returns sounds late. Marta was tying a tag when I came in. Her eyebrows went up when she saw the number. She didn't call for Trey. She came to the knife, taped her fingers closed around it, because cold metal is mean to skin and cut. Same frost, same prints. No, not the same. These were deeper, deeper, like someone heavy stood and did not want to go. 5 steps. Heel, tread, toe. The 5th step ended right at the front edge of the box. If you set the box on the pallet, the 5th step would lead off the edge of the whole pallet. After that 5th step, there were no marks in the frost on the top of the next case. The frost was smooth, but when I looked down at the wood of the pallet, at the corner where wrap curls under and no one looks, there, in the fine white dust the forklift tires make, there were 2 prints. One print was half on the wood, half over the air. The next was on the ribbed floor. After that, there was only our own marks. Marta put the bent tip of the knife into the first of the 2 and lifted the frost like it was a thin sheet. A clean print below as well, as if the frost was 2 layers. You see that? I asked, but my voice didn't know which part to point at. She nodded. She put the frost back, like she was covering a sleeping child. We send this to QC now, she said. Her voice was quiet and even. There was a lot of room in it. She pulled her radio. QC, this is Marta. We have a... She stopped. Words. A contamination issue on 6. We need pictures and a lockout. The radio made a breath sound, but no voice spoke. We waited. In the waiting, you hear everything. The far fan fluttered. Something small cracked in a wall. Metal cooled and talked. The dented corner of an old pallet popped back the way it always does when the cold gets into the nail. The door at the end of the bay made a deep, soft boom as pressure equalized. Somewhere, a forklift beeped 2 aisles away. The air around my mouth felt stiff. I tried to swallow, and it felt like chewing ice. I put my hand, glove and all, against my suit over my chest, as if to remind myself my heart was under there, doing its work. QC did not come. They were busy, or they did not hear. Marta wrote on her clipboard, like she could hold the whole night together with a pen. By the time break came, my hand stung. I sat in the little break room outside the freezer and held a styrofoam cup and watched the thin steam curl. When you come out of the freezer, your face goes hot and cold at the same time, like you are 2 people. My eyelashes melted and the water ran down onto my cheeks. Someone gave me a chemical hand warmer, and when it swelled warm in my palm, it felt like someone else's skin. The others talked about sports and a guy named King who had fallen asleep in a truck. No one talked about boot prints. No one looked at my face to ask. I told myself then a thing I could live with. Someone had walked across a pallet at the factory. The frost formed later and held the shape. The thing at the edge was a trick of my eye. My brain wanted to see a step in the air because that is a story. The next week, the mismatches got louder. Heavy pallets in different slots, different items, different line times. Some on the old pallets with splinters, some on the new blue ones. I started to write the numbers down without being told. A column of dates, a column of overage pounds, a column of slot numbers. The page made a picture as it filled. It looked like a path. Sometimes, when we opened, the boot prints inside were small and neat. Sometimes they were large and stomped. One set dragged like the person was tired. One set had a crack in the heel that showed in every step like a scar. I found that crack later on a print in the frost on the floor at the end of an aisle. And when I put my own boot next to it, my own tread pattern was too clean. It didn't match. I was happy about that for one breath. Then I was not, because the next night, the prints in the box matched my boots exactly. Same crosshatch, same wear on the right outer edge. No crack, because I did not have a crack. My stomach did a slow turn when I saw it. I did not like being chosen. I didn't tell anyone that part. I told myself every boot in the building looks like mine. Sometimes, when I lifted a heavy one, I could feel a weight shift inside, like something turned over under the wrap to find a better place to rest. When I set a pallet down and took my hands off, it settled with a sound like a person making a small decision. In freezer 6, the trouble was worst. The defrost cycle would start when I was deep in the lane. Fog would come low and fast, and the floor would get slick in a way you feel through your soles. The fog would rise, and your knees would go white, and then your waist, and then your arms. The boxes would look like buildings in a bad dream. The beams overhead would sing with thin ice. My radio would stay silent and then speak my name in a voice that was mine and not mine, and then not say anything else. One night, I was alone in 6. Third, break time. Everybody else in dry. I had to pull a single pallet from the bag. The manifest said 920. The jack said 1003. I called Marta. She said, "Bring it. We'll open now." I said, "Okay," to the air and moved slow. The fog came up like a tide. It started at the far end and rolled toward me, low, thick enough to hide my boots. The fans above clicked off and then on in a new rhythm. Defrost doing its white job. The world went quiet, but for the hum that lives in the metal. Even my jack beep sounded soft. I got to audit and set the pallet down. No Marta, no tray. The radio made a small cough and then cut. The red working light over the door blinked for no reason I understood. I cut the wrap because I did not want to stand there and not cut it. The knife's squeal echoed further than it should. The top box was the brand we see every day. Blue letters, snowflake, a smiling potato wedge. My fingers found the tape and made the vegetable face a mouth. The frost inside was deeper, rimed along the box wall, and peaked in the middle like a small frozen field from a plane. The boot prints started at the back. 1, 2, 3. They walked across the frost toward me and stopped at the edge like a person reaching the edge of a dock. I looked down. Nothing on the next box. I looked down again to the wood. In the soft powder that the forklifts make, a fresh print formed. It formed then, not all at once, not like a stamp, like something heavy had taken weight from the back foot and moved it forward in a slow patience. The powder sank under a heel I could not see. The tread showed up as if someone was pressing it into a pillow. Toe, ball, the small chip out of the tread on the right outer edge that I knew was my own. Behind me, the big freezer door sighed. The rubber strips moved, though I had not heard the motor. The air around the door pushed out and then pulled in like a slow breath. Something cold touched the back of my neck inside the hood and ran up like a wet finger. I did not turn. I looked at the print. It was whole now. It was real. It was right at the front plank of the pallet. If a person had stepped there, they would have had to step off into air. The next print should be on the floor just beyond. There was no next print. Only smooth frost on the ribbed floor, like new snow no one had told about feet. I set my glove flat on the board, and it squeaked a fine squeak as the frost crushed. The board was so cold, it hurt places in my hand I did not know I had. I felt the little ridges the wood had from the saw. I felt a tremble not from my hand, but from the building, the way a cat feels a train through the ground at a station. In the fog at ankle level, the shape of a print moved past my boot. 1. The fog pressed down like a finger does when it puts a print in ink. The shape did not break when it crossed the space from board to floor. It did not care about air. The fog rose a hair, then fell again. A second shape pushed into it behind the first, close, close like someone following their own feet. I stood up too fast, and the world went grey at the edges. The knife left my hand and hit the pallet and made a small bell sound. My radio gave a soft click, like a person clicking their tongue to call a dog. I took a deep breath through a mouth that did not want to open and tasted metal. "Don't," a voice said in my radio, and the rest of the word stuck. "Don't what?" I asked. My voice sounded like a person on a boat talks when they are trying not to throw up. The light above the audit door blinked slower. The fog rose higher. It touched my thighs. I backed the jack away from the pallet with a small tug. It did not want to move at first. Then it did, like a big animal deciding to let you pass. I turned the handle, careful. I did not want to make noise that felt like loud walking. As I backed up, the new print formed at the edge where the last had been. Only the heel this time, like someone changing their mind. The fog made soft swirls and then stilled. The door to 6 made its deep boom again, and that sound reached right into my chest and squeezed. I looked to the door. Through the small window, the hall threw back a shape. My shape? The light played games. In a freezer, light is a liar. It bends and hides and sticks to things. You don't look too long. I got the pallet to the corner without looking away from it. I had to put it near 3 others with the return tags. When I lined it up, the weight reading on my jack dropped 10 pounds and then went back up. I watched the numbers fight. 1003, 995, 1003, round and back. I moved my body to see if stepping left or right changed the number, and it did. For 3 seconds, it matched the manifest, and the yellow line on my gun stopped blinking. Then it went back high. Marta came in at a run that wasn't a run, because running on that floor is a good way to eat it. Her hood was half up. Her breath made a lot of white that broke fast. "You okay?" she asked me. She was not looking at me. She was counting the pallets with her eyes and making sure I had not broken one on the floor. My radio died. It said, "Don't," I said, like a child. I hated the sound my voice made. I wanted to put it back in my mouth and try again with a better one. "Don't what?" She moved to the pallet. "Open more?" She cut another case. Same frost, same prints. She did it like a thing you do at work. Quick, hand safe, knife in the right place. Her eyes went to one spot and then down and then away in a way I know means she saw and did not want it. "We lock these," she said. "Trey will yell. Let him yell. We move things. We wrapped the heavy ones again. We made the corner neat because neat helps. We put big hold signs on the wrap with thick marker. My fingers forgot what warm was on the way out, with the door right there and the room beyond it. I felt a weight come with me. Not a person, not a hand. The cold came with me, like it had learned my back. I stepped through the rubber strips, and they hugged me with a slap like a cold fish. And I was on the other side. The hall felt like summer. My eyelashes melted and water ran. I wanted to cry and had no tears. For a while, the thing made a rhythm. 2 nights quiet. 1 night heavy, where I picked. What I picked, it felt like dice. When the heavy ones came, I knew before the gun beeped. I could tell by the way the air moved at the end of the aisle. My gloves stuck to the handle just a hair longer. My breath came back at my face like the room was leaning in. People said things like, "Weird night," and I said, "Yeah," and meant nothing. People wrote things on the whiteboard like, "Weight mismatches, log all," and drew a box to put dates. The box filled with handwriting and arrows. And then a new sheet went up. The corner with the return pallets got full. QC sent emails. From far offices came words like investigating vendor and temp variation, and please do not open outside of designated audit. All the words felt warm and watery from where I stood. One night, when I set down one of the open cases to take a break, the frost inside shifted like low wind across grass. The boot prints got shallower, then deeper, as if someone stood their weight from one foot to the other, and then back, bored. I put the lid back on and put tape and wrote, "Hold, hold, hold," with my hand shaking, and went and put my face in my hands in the break room without taking off my gloves. The gloves smell like rubber and salt and old cold. It was a comfort. I tried to make a rule for myself. Do not look for prints. Just do the job. Wrap, tag, move. But the eye is a hungry animal. It goes where the body is afraid. My eyes went to the frost. They went to the floor at pallet edges. They went to the thin line where door meets door frame. They went to my own boots and found that chip on the right outer edge and hated it. Sometimes I would be in dry, just for a blessed 10 minutes, picking paper plates, and I would feel cold on the back of my neck, low and sharp, as if someone opened a small freezer behind me. I would turn and see only boxes and a kid on a step stool with their hood down and hair sticking out. I would tell myself I was stupid and laugh with my mouth closed. Then I would go back into 6, and the laugh would fall out of my hood onto the floor and freeze there like a little flower. I thought about leaving. I looked at other jobs that said things like team player and fast-paced, and I closed the window because they all had fridges. I put my gloves in the dryer at home like they were wet clothes coming in from a storm. The dryer noise sounded like a heavy pallet being set down too fast. I kept the lights on in my kitchen at night because the hum felt like a person I could talk to. The last time this story has an end, for now, was a Friday when we were short. Trey sent me deep into 6 alone while a truck waited at Bay 4. "Get me that last pallet," he said, "the one for county." His eyes moved away when I looked at him for a second too long, like a person who knows a joke is not funny. I went. The fog was not bad at first. The lights overhead flickered once in a way that made me feel like my jacket was not mine anymore. The aisle was long and clean. My breath was a metronome. Slot 6L20. The paper said 880. The scale said 948. I stared at the yellow flashing on the gun until a little hot anger came, because I was tired and my body hurt and the night was long. I wanted to throw the case. I wanted to kick the pallet until my toes went numb. The anger helped. I grabbed the plastic wrap, cut it in a clean slice, and tore it down. I opened the first case. not with a gentle lift, but the way you open a thing that says, please, too much. I should not have done that. It did not punish me. It only showed itself faster. The frost inside steamed like dry ice. The prints inside were not neatly placed. They were heavier, like jumps. Heel pressed deep, toe dug in, then a space, then another. Out of the box, onto the next, deeper, onto the board. The frost on the floor held one perfect print, and then nothing. Like the person had stepped off a pier into a black lake and walked on it without making a mark. Then the print came back. Not in front of the pallet, behind me. I did not turn. I looked down at the fog around my boots. The fog moves like water, but it is not water. It is air with too much ice in it. When you watch it, you see shapes. Because you are a creature that sees shapes. A shape came. It did what a heel does. It went down. You could see where that small chip on the outer edge is in my own boot, and there it was. Pressure. Weight. The fog pushed down. A print formed in not snow, in air. Again. Step. Behind my left. Then behind my right. My radio woke up and breathed like a small animal. It popped and hissed. Stop on the edge, said a voice that was mine and not mine. Patient as good advice. I stepped forward because stepping forward is the human answer to everything. My boot hit the board and squeaked. The world made that metal in your bones sound, and the door sighed, and the fog lifted to my waist. The hair on my arms pushed at the inside of my suit like it wanted out. I put the lid back on the open case, but my fingers did not want to be near the frost anymore. Lid slid, tape squealed. Tape is very loud in a place like that. The print behind me stepped again. Closer. Slow. If it had been fast, I think I would have been better. Fast is a thing you can run from. Slow is a thing that climbs up into your brain and makes a nest. I got the jack moving with a small jerk. The forks bit and the pallet groaned and came with me like a stubborn dog coming off a cold porch. The prince stepped in the fog to my right, then to my left. I did not look. I do not know what would happen if I did. I do not want to give that gift to anything. I made myself watch the red light over the door and count. 1 blink, 2, 3. The fan above coughed and then held. I kept the handle in the strict line that keeps the jack straight. I did not let myself think about the word following. At the door, the rubber slats came at my face. They make a wet noise and they touch your cheeks. They touched with cold and I almost turned because there is a reflex in you that makes you face a touch. I pushed through. On the warm side, the prints stopped. Of course they did, because fog does not live there. The floor concrete felt like it breathed. The light looked cheap and friendly. The smell of cardboard made my body remember heat. I parked the pallet in hold and wrote hold 3 times. Like if I said it wrong, it would still work. I tucked the knife into its slot and heard the small, very human sound it made. I leaned my head on the warm door for a second until I remembered where I was and how I looked and stood up straight. In the hallway glass door, my face was white and long. I could see the freezer behind me, full of fog in neat rows. Like a time before people, the little red working light slowed its blink and then went out. The radio at my shoulder breathed out and stayed quiet. On the other side of the glass, the rubber slats moved one last time in a small aftersigh. On my way to the dock, a line of wet in the hall caught my eye. Small dots, then larger, then nothing. At first I thought someone had spilled a cup of water and walked. Then I saw the shape inside the wet. Tread. Heel. My tread. 3 prints, bright with melt, and then dry concrete. The last one stopped under the back wheel of my jack, as if the print had put its foot there to catch a ride. I reached down and touched the floor. It was wet. It was warm. It was wrong. I went home when the sun came up, and the buildings looked soft and harmless, like toys. I took off my boots by the door and put them on the mat. They left wet marks that looked normal. I made coffee. I held the cup in both hands and burned my fingers on purpose. That afternoon, as I fell toward sleep, I heard the sound a pallet makes when it settles. A small wooden exhale from my kitchen where there is no pallet. I told myself it was the fridge. I told myself houses have noises and we do not hear them until we listen. I woke to a bright room, and the small freezer above my fridge had a thin line of frost down the inside back wall, like a finger dragged there. On the frost, in the little plastic box where you put ice, there was a single mark, like a tiny boot print, not bigger than my thumbnail. It had a chip on the right outer edge that made my stomach do that soft turn. I wiped it with my finger, because what else do you do? The frost came away and turned to water and ran down and was gone. I shut the door and went to the window and opened it an inch because my room was too warm. At work that night, they put up a new sign by the freezer doors. Wait, mismatch. Write it up. Don't open alone. Pull to hold. Call QC. We all nodded and said, okay, sure. We follow rules. We put on hoods. We scan and stack and drive. We breathe into our collars so our face will stay soft. We do not look away when a heavy pallet moves in a way that does not make sense. We do not say the things out loud so they will not get any bigger than they are. When I am deep in 6 and the defrost fog comes up around my boots and pushes against my shins like water, I think of the prints that formed without a foot, and I put my hand right over my heart under the suit and count without numbers. Sometimes the radio says my name in a voice that is mine and not mine, and adds no words. Sometimes it says, don't. And that feels like advice you give a child who wants to touch a red-hot pan because it looks like a strawberry. Sometimes I move a pallet and my jack says the weight is right and my body knows it is not. The numbers and my hands argue. The numbers win when someone else is watching. My hands win when I am alone. I do not like being alone. I write the dates in my little column and draw small arrows because it helps. I make a picture no one asked for. It looks like a path, and the path leads to the edge of a pallet, and I stop my pen there because stopping feels like a way to keep something from stepping. where there is no floor. If you ask me what is inside those cartons, I tell you the truth. Frost and boot prints. Frost like white dust that shapes itself around things. Boot prints that stop at the pallet's edge as if the whole world is a floor, and after it, nothing can hold you. If you ask me where the person went, I will tell you what my mouth learned not to say at work. They stepped off, and the cold held them up. Or it didn't. And the cold keeps the shape of the step anyway, because that is what cold does. It holds what you do and gives it back later to whoever looks. It waits in the boxes. It waits in the grooves in the floor. It waits behind the door where your breath turns white. It waits in the little freezer above your fridge. At home, like a story you brought with you without meaning to. It is a warehouse. We move things from one place to another. Some nights, I am sure I am moving something that is not potatoes or soup or hospital meals or pre-cut cake. I am moving a weight that is not on any manifest. It is sealed tight. It looks like a box. It holds only frost and a set of boot prints that stop at the pallet's edge. And when I set it down and step back and wait for the scale to lie to me and for my hands to tell me what they know, I hear, under the hum and the fan and the beeps, the small sound of a foot finding a place to stand where there is none. Then a breath, then nothing. The next pallet is already waiting. The gun beeps. The door sighs. The world keeps its own cold time. And I go back in, knees on concrete, chalk in my fist, head against the cool round of the pipe. That is how most of my shift looks from the inside. I draw an arrow on wet cement and write a small note beside it. End to outfall, 28 inches, debris. It is simple work on paper. Walk, measure, mark, map, and come back the same way. I crawl storm drains for the city. I map culverts and old box tunnels and odd pipes that were built before any of us were born. Some are tall enough to walk with your back straight. Some make you pray. You ate a small dinner. They all carry water and whatever the streets send down the grates. Leaves, plastic, a shoe, a frog that did not plan a trip. They all speak in little sounds if you listen. Drips, the round song of air. The click of a pebble that moves because the water wanted to give it a tour. Topside, we are orange vests and cones. Down here, we are a light on a helmet and a white dot in the curve of a pipe. I wear a chest harness, knee pads, rubber boots. The gas meter clipped to my strap has 4 little mouths that sniffs the air and beeps if it finds something wrong. It is my small friend. It is rude and honest. The radio on my shoulder says my unit number in a voice that is me and not me when I press the button and say my check-in. It is my other small friend. It speaks to the person on the street with the map and the clipboard. Tonight, it is Raina. She keeps my line on a pencil map like a slow lightning bolt. Each turn a little tick. The first manhole we open is on a quiet street behind a laundromat. It smells like soap up there. It smells like iron and old rains down here. The ladder rungs are cold and slick, so I take them one at a time and do not think about movies. A round room, then the pipe. The light from above is a white coin that halves itself and then disappears when they put the lid back. My headlamp lights a slice. The world becomes a tube. Alpha 1 in, I say into the radio. My breath makes a small fog that kisses my lip and leaves. It is all right. It is always all right at the first minute. Rena's voice comes down. Copy Alpha 1, starting at MH54A. Be safe. My chalk is in a bag at my belt, clean and white like bones. I pull one stick out and makes a little sound against the bag that only I can hear. I draw the first arrow at the junction, the one that says which way we think is out. The water on the bottom of the pipe moves slow to my left. I mark my arrow to the left. Point, small tail, neat. I snap a photo for the file with my glove out of the frame so it does not look like it came from a person. Arrow placed facing left, I say, because we always say what we do. The chalk arrow looks right. It looks like a cartoon of what a choice looks like. I take one long look at it to hold it in my head like a landmark. Then I shuffle forward, hunched, one hand on the crown of the pipe to keep my balance, the other holding the chalk like a cigarette. 5 meters in, I stop to write a note on the wall. Silt to Kinsigmin. Rats, droppings. The chalk takes the water and smears a little, but stays. A small fish spine lies in the trickle. It looks at my lamp and is not bothered. I look back to see my first arrow, just because you always do. The arrow is wrong. The tail is smeared forward, toward me now, like a thumb pushed it. The point is still left. The tail is not behind it anymore. It has dragged along the wall a finger's width toward my face. It makes the arrow look like it got up and tried to walk. I wait. I put my hand flat on the cement to feel for anything. Only the normal. Cold, rough, old. My heart does a soft double step inside my chest and then remembers itself. My head wants to tell me a story that ends fast and nice. Water ran. Chalk is easy to push. You made the tail too fat. You are tired. I pull the radio. Rena, be advised, chalk might smear in this section. High moisture. I'm going to remark. A click. Then her voice. Copy. Do you want a fan down? No, I'm okay. I draw the tail back into place with a neat hand. There is a small drag where the smear left grid. It is fine. I take one step forward and feel the knee pad slide on a smooth piece of slime and lock myself. I turn my head to look again, and the tail is longer. It has slid forward another thumb length toward me. The point still refuses to move. I say nothing on the radio. My body does that old trick of making every smaller sound louder. A water drop 4 pipes away sounds like a stone. I lick my lip and taste chalk dust and old air. I press the chalk hard and redraw it so hard the stick breaks in my hand with a little crack. The broken tip goes into the trickle and drifts like a tiny white boat. I watch it go left. Out his left. When I speak again, I keep my voice clean. I'm moving forward. Sometimes the city puts music into the pipes. I don't mean real music. I mean echoes and fans and cars above that turn into a tune. Tonight the tune is 2 notes, then a gap, like someone practicing a sad thing. Every third step, drip, drip, pause. I count. I stop counting. I count again. Counting makes your legs move without thinking too hard. I pass a side pipe. I chalk an X at the mouth because I am not going in it tonight. I make an arrow to show I did not go that way and write X-blind 10FT on the wall. Mark, I tell the radio. Copy, Rena says. You got left at the start, then Maine, right? I say. Maine, yes. And then I hear myself say it again. Same voice, same lift on the end. The second time comes 2 seconds after the first. A small crackle in it, like sand. I freeze and keep one palm on the concrete of the crown because I need something that is not air. Say again, Maine, Rena asked. I said Maine, I say. My own voice comes back, 2 seconds late, from a radio that is not mine. I said Maine, it says, from somewhere ahead of me. Not behind, where Rena is. Ahead. I hold the radio close to my mouth like a locket. Rena, do you hear a return? She is quiet because she is thinking. Then, I heard you twice. Second was, Tinny. You double-keyed? I don't think so. We sit there in the pipe, 2 people in different worlds, listening to a third voice that repeats what I say back to us, because this is how the city plays games. It gives you nothing big. It gives you a small lift of hair on your arm that says, see, I push forward because going forward is the only way there is. The chalk is ready in my hand. My bag makes a soft bump on my hip as it hits the pipe. Knee, knee, palm. Count on your breath. In on the left step, out on the right. Mark a low spot with 3 chalk lines on the wall so the next person kneels before their head, learns the lesson the hard way. I look back again because I think I will feel mad if I do not. My last arrow's tail is smeared forward. It is not a big smear yet. It is a deliberate finger push. It goes the way I came, like small hands do on fogged glass when they say, come on. We have names for things on the downside. A junction is a box. A curve is an elbow. The bottom is the invert. The top is a crown. The outfall is where the pipe spits into daylight. The city has other names for the same places up top. Yard, lot, cut, block. Down here, the names fit your mouth like old marbles. I get to the first box. It is big enough to stand, and I do, stretching my back until the bones say small yes sounds. There is a grate above with lines of light like a code. I can hear tires on wet. A leaf falls and sticks and makes a shadow like a hand on the walls. Chalk has been here before me. Some old arrows in yellow, some in grease pencil that will not wash off unless you beg it. Some so faint they are like ghosts of directions. One reads door, arrow to a low pipe. I would have to lie flat to enter. I do not go there. I put a new arrow on the wall, like a fresh thought. My note beside it, box 1, clear, from the dark of that low pipe, a smell like tide. The small hairs in my nose feel cold. I rub the bridge of my nose through the mask, and it is rough and silly and comfort. Box 1, I radio, heading Maine. Copy. You got 9 meters to a bend. Roger. Roger, says the other radio, exactly 2 seconds after. It is soft, like a person willing to say anything you say if it keeps you talking. I move on. The bend is true. The city built this with straight lines in mind and bent lines where it had to. My light shows a wrapper and a dead roach and the white jaw of something small that once lived here and then learned you cannot sleep in a pipe and win. I mark the bend with a curved arrow like a U. I feel like I have to pee and know that I don't. It is just nerves. My knees ache. The knee pads help until they don't. The rubber boots make the trickle sound like far rain under me. My arrows look good when I draw them. They look ugly when I look back. The tails smear forward, not in the same way each time. One has a long smear that follows the curve of where my hand would go if I were dragging. One has a short thumb. One has a double smear, like a tap and then another. I draw one once and wait with a dumb idea in my head to catch it. It does not move while I watch. When I turn the lamp away and then, for a half second, shine it back. The tail is different. I say, out loud, a sound like a fly. 2 seconds later, my radio says, back to me. And that small sound makes me sweat. At the next junction, there's a pile of silt against the wall where the water cannot push it. In the silt are lines, not boot prints, drag lines, thin lines like fingers or like an animal's thin legs. They all start from the low pipe and run toward the way I came in. None go back. The pattern is small and busy and wrong. I put my chalk down on a dry spot and press the heel of my hand into the silt to see how easy it is to make a track. It takes a little force. I lift my hand. My print is clear. Something on my wrist tickles. It is a long hair from the brush in my bag. I pull it away from my glove and stick it in the bag because I cannot stand it touching me again. Alpha 1 status? Fine. My voice sounds like a lie. Lots of old marks in here. Copy. Weather still clear, Rena says, because that is her job too. Watch the sky while I watch the floor. The city likes to trick me with sound underground. A bus above is thunder. A step 2 blocks away is a whisper behind me. A key on a ring hits a leg and I think, drops a person. Tonight, there is also my own voice coming from the front of me, like a person I cannot catch up to. I tried to turn the radio down and up and change channels, but we are locked for safety. I try to hold the button when I am not talking as if I can squeeze the voice closed. It still repeats me. It picks one sentence and says it for a while, then picks another. Which sentence? It likes the things that matter least. Fine. Fine, says the other radio that is not ours. Lots of old marks in here. Lots of old marks in here. I say, please stop. And then I hate that I said the please. Please stop. It says to me in my own shape. There is a problem that happens if you let the past get into your head underground. You start to see things that are not there and miss things that are. You put the old arrow above the new one in your mind and suddenly you are walking in the wrong direction because you think the line you are following is yours. This is why we chalk our own. This is why we say it out loud. The chalk I have is soft. It leaves my tips white inside the gloves. It leaves dust on the wall. When I write numbers, the dust lifts in a tiny cloud and goes the same way the water goes, except the dust from one tail smear rises and goes against the water toward me. A small tide comes in my face. It makes it taste like old powdered milk coat the back of my tongue. I spit. The spit hangs in a clear line for a second and then breaks. Rena says, "Can you come back? We want you to shoot the sideline off box 1 before we lose the day crew." "Yes," I start and stop. The habit in me says turn. The arrows behind me say turn too. Each tail points at me like a finger saying, "You." But the smears ask something else. They drag toward my chest. They want me to go forward. The way they point is now the way I walk. If I turn and go back, I will be going the wrong way according to the tails. It is a tiny thought inside my head. It makes the clear, clean map there a little muddy. "Copy," I say, returning. "Copy, returning," says the other voice 2 seconds after, the way it always does. The way back looks smaller because that is how tunnels work. The light falls on the same curve in a new way, and you see what you didn't. There is a chalk word on the wall I did not see before, in red, old, wet, and dry 10 times. Wait, it is under a smear that looks like someone rubbed the word with their palm until the skin burned. My lamp shows the long, fine scratch of a nail, of something hard pressed and drawn the way kids write when they are hiding what they write from the teacher. I get to box 1 and feel better because the grate shows pieces of the sky, a cloud, a small bit of blue. There could be a candy wrapper if you were made the wrong way. The chalk here is the oldest, and under the old there is new I did not put. Someone drew arrows like the ones I draw in green, only I do not carry green, and the city does not hand out green. One points into the low black pipe. The end is a smear that drags into the dark like a rope pulled the tail. I kneel and put my light down and talk, because talking makes the tunnel smaller. Be at box 1, going to shoot sideline. "Copy, copy," says the small radio. That is not mine. I slide into the low pipe because I said I would, and because there is a part of my head that wants to prove to something I do not fear it. It is dumb. I do it anyway. The water is colder in this one. It is narrow enough. I have to turn my shoulders a little and breathe shallow, or my jacket will scrape the lime off the wall, and that smell will drink me. The chalk does not like to stick in here. When it does, it looks soft and sad. At a bend, someone has pressed small hands into the damp lime long ago. You can see the prints. Kid hands, 5 fingers, little palms. They go forward. At the next bend, they go back. I put my glove over one, and my glove is a big man's glove now, and it eats the kid's hand and then takes it off the wall as a memory. I think of the storm in summer when kids lift grates and dare each other. I think, out fast, out brave. They did not come this way. The silt on the bottom is smooth. Quick survey, I breathe. Low, dead end. Low, dead end, says the other. When I back out of the branch, my pack straps snag on the crown. It is a small snag. I know the feel. I put my left hand up to free it and keep my right hand on my weight. Something smooth and cold rolls under my palm and presses my glove. It is movable. A small bottle, a stone. It moves closer to my palm, not away, as if my hand has a pull on it. and not the other way. I jerk back like a horse at a snake without thinking. The thing slides past and goes into the main, and the trickle takes it. My light catches only a wet, dull shape. It could be glass. It could be a piece of bone. It is gone. Still there? Rena asks. Yeah. I am breathing in the wrong rhythm. When I come out to main again, my arrows on the wall look like they have been busy. The tails are all distracting. They are longer now. They all drag toward me. The chalk dust on the floor makes a soft fan shape like a swept room. I want to wipe them clean and draw new. But I would be here all night, and I would never be done. We have another manhole to hit before I go home. MH55 at the next block. I tell Rena to move the cones. She says, okay. She says the lid on 55 is tight. She says she will need a second person to help. Can you hold at the next junction? We'll be 5. 5, I say. 5, says the little voice. 2 beats late. I keep moving because the pipe will not let me sit too long. If you stop in a tunnel, the air in your jacket gets cool, and you get the thought that if you sit any longer, the concrete will shape around you, and you will be a new bend. The pipe goes on. Another box, smaller, a grate with grass in it, a dead bird that found its way down and could not find its way back up. Someone has written 1978 on the wall in blue, in the old hand that makes a 7 with a bar. Under it, do not turn back. The letters are tall and strict. I laugh with no sound and think that person would hate me. And then I think I will bring them a drink if they ever meet me at the end of a pipe, at the corner where my arrow will go. I kneel to mark the wall and slide the chalk to make the arrow neat. The chalk tip snaps and a piece goes under my glove. The chalk dust on my glove makes a tiny cloud. The cloud moves toward my face, even though the trickle goes away. It pushes forward. It touches my lower lip. It tastes like school. I think of all the arrows I have drawn in this job. All the tales that tell me what happened before. Every arrow I have ever seen points to someone else's decision, and I follow it until I make my own. The tales on mine now are not memory. They are a hand on my back. Alpha 1 status. Rena's voice is a string between us. Box 2, holding. Copy. Lid is stuck. We have a guy with a bar coming. 2 minutes. Copy. Copy, the echo says. I turn my lamp to the floor between my knees. In the thin water, in the silt, new lines draw themselves between my boots in slow, patient strokes, like someone below the water is writing with a finger. They pull toward me, then stop, then pull again. A sound like far whispering comes up the pipe and isn't air. It is words without words. Something above us changes. A very small wind goes down the pipe from the manhole. It carries a smell of street, warm tire, oil, shoe rubber. It also carries a small stick of bark that taps my boot and then tries to go where the chalk wants to go. It moves forward against the trickle. It is no trickle. The pipe is holding its breath. My radio breaks and joins and stutters. The thin voice says something before I do. It says, "Don't look back." It uses my tone. It gets the way I push words when I am tired exactly right. But I did not say those words. I would have never said those words. Not like that. I am a person. I look back. The tunnel behind me is a mouth. It is round. It is black. It is mine and I know it. There is only my chalk and my mistakes and my echo there. There is also a small light, like my light, in the far bend. It is not Rena's light. She is up top. It could be a bike light from a child with a dare. It could be a reflection. It could be nothing at all, a trick of my headlamp. It blinks once as if something passed in front of it, and then goes out. The air moves again, and the chalk tails quiver like hair. Alpha 1, Rena, here, I say. I'm here. Second radio's repeating you near me too, she says. She sounds smaller. I can hear cars in her background. It's on a channel, I don't know. It's saying your last words. I don't want to know if it does it when I don't speak. I say nothing. The radio holds its breath with me. 2 seconds pass. The other voice says, here, in my voice. The lid above bangs twice. It is a useful normal bang, metal loud, and it makes my mouth smile out of agreement. We got it, Rena says. Come up. I put a big arrow at the last corner and write home with a tail that I press in like I am drawing it into the wall. I start to crawl. The chalk smears all go forward ahead of me, like someone clearing a table. Each step I take, the tails get longer toward my chest. I breathe wrong and fix it. At the low spot I marked, I bow my head and almost laugh because I obey my own signs even now. Closer to the ladder, the air holds heat like a kind thing. My knees burn with cold, and then with blood, and then with heat. The mouth of the manhole is a ragged circle of light. It is ugly and looks like a better world because it is bright. Rena's face is there, a shape behind it. Her hand is a glove down the hole, as far as she can get it without falling. Here, she says in my ear like she is next to me. The radio says, here, 2 seconds late. The last 2 meters up the ladder are always a little like being born wrong. Giant hands haul you. The ring scrapes your shoulder. The light hurts. The smell is new and old and thick with places. A bakery 4 blocks over. Bad paint. A tire. People walk past with a look like, oh, city work. And step around because maybe there is something that will bite. The lid comes over with a small dull pride and the bar rings on it like a bell. I stand in the street with my helmet light off and my hood down and breathe real air like I've never tasted it. The chalk on my glove is white. It is smeared forward in a small streak from my thumb to my wrist. When I rub it on my leg, it rubs back in the same direction, toward my body, not away. I rub the other way to test. It drags. It comes toward me again. Rena says nothing about the way I look. She helps coil the rope we did not need to use because you always bring rope. We put the lid back. She looks at my face. You good? Yeah. My okay is the thinnest word. It stretches. In the truck, the map on her lap shows the line I made. A pencil arrow. A pencil tail. They're clean. They will go to a digital thing later on and become pretty. She adds small notes. I add small notes. We say, good. We say, close 55. We say, next week, 56. We say everything you say to make the night end like a shift you can put in the box. At home, I put the chalk in the sink. It leaves little lines on the porcelain that go toward the drain. The water takes them, and the water also pushes a little white back up the sides, as if someone in the pipe below is pressing a chalk finger against the bottom of a bowl. The radio from the truck is off. My phone is off. The fan in my ceiling says the soft two-note tune of the storm drain for a bit, until I turn music on to wash it out. I do not sleep the first day after. I lie down, and every time I start to fall, it feels like my body slides forward a centimeter on the bed toward a hole that is not there. My knees twitch, like I should be moving in a pipe and not in a room. My mouth shapes the words I heard, and I hear my voice say my words 2 seconds later from the edge of sleep, like a person in another room on the phone. The next night, I go back down with another crew. A different block, same city, fresh chalk. The gas meter is good. The air is worse. The map is clean at the start and gets dirty with arrows and small marks. I do what I do. I draw and write and say things into the radio that the other voice is happy to repeat for me, like a friend who cannot let a joke die. I tell myself, this is all easy. Chalk smears, sound bounces, radios catch bleed. I'm tired. The brain makes music out of drips and makes a mouth out of a small hole because it likes to fill the city with people. I tell myself all of that until I come to a place in the pipe where someone has scraped the wall with something light and sharp and carved an arrow so it will not wash away. The tail is deep and a long drag, and it goes forward as far as the person's reach. They have written beside it with small cuts like tiny bridges, do not let it put hands on you. Someone else has rubbed a hand over the words until the edges are soft and the chalk in their palm made a white shadow. I put my own arrow next to it. My tail is neat. I take one step. When I look back, my tail has a smear forward, same as before. And under that smear in the silt are small lines moving like insects do when you lift a stone. A few are new. They go toward me in the slow, deliberate way the city taught me to respect. We finish the line because we always finish the line. I write my tidy report. I send my photos. I clean my boots. If you ask me what the worst part is, it is not the little voice repeating me. It is not the arrows dragging toward my chest. It is this. Once I started to hear my own last sentence come back 2 seconds later underground, I could not stop hearing other things double. At my sink, when I say hot, my mouth hears it twice. In the street, when a man asks, "You good?" my ear says, "You good?" twice with that small radio edge. And the second is not a question. At night, when I write notes in my book, I put arrows in the margin, and I swear they look a hair longer toward my body the next time I turn the page. On my route now, I pass a drain where kids put their hands through the grate in summer for the cold on their skin. The chalk marks we put there last month still show, faint, pale. The tails are smeared toward the street where I am standing. Toward me, I tell myself they were always like that. I tell myself the water did that. I tell myself maybe the city wants me to keep going in, forward, 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 until there is no forward left. Sometimes, 2 seconds after I lock my door at night, I hear the little click again. My hand pauses in the air. The radio is in my bag. It is off. The room is not a pipe. The room is mine. Then I say something small and dumb to the empty, like, okay, because I hate silence now. And 2 seconds later, I hear my own voice without a radio from the place under the kitchen sink where the trap gives the first bend of the house's little pipe. Say, okay, back at me, soft and patient as water, as story, Kiench, the last ferry leaves at 11:47 p.m. every night except Sunday. It crosses the inlet in 43 minutes if the water is calm. On rough nights, it can take an hour. I know this because I have been riding it for 6 months, back and forth, the same route, the same time, because my work keeps me late and my apartment is on the far side of the water. The ferry is small. It holds maybe 30 cars and a handful of foot passengers. The crew is always the same. Captain Morris, who has grey hair and wears a wool cap even in summer, and Jake, who works the deck and the galley and talks to no one unless you ask him a question twice. Sometimes there is a third person, a woman named Ruth, who takes tickets, but not always. On quiet nights, it is just Morris and Jake and whoever needs to cross the dark water. Tonight is a Tuesday in October. The air is cold enough to see your breath. The dock smells like wet rope and diesel and the salt that gets into everything near the water. There are 4 cars ahead of me in the loading line. A red pickup with a dent in the tailgate, a sedan with Massachusetts plates, a van that belongs to the bakery in town, and an old station wagon that coughs black smoke when it idles. Normal cars with normal people going home after normal days. I park my Honda in the space Jake waves me toward and turn off the engine. The ferry rocks a little under the weight of the cars. It is not a bad rocking. It is the ferry saying hello to the load, settling, getting ready to work. The deck lights are on. They throw harsh shadows and make the water around us look like black paint. I can see the other shore from here. A thin line of lights that means home and a warm kitchen and the news on TV. Jake unhooks the chain behind my car. He has done this thousands of times. His hands know the weight of the chain and the way it hangs. He does not look at me. He does not look at anyone unless someone makes a noise he does not like. He wears a yellow jacket with reflective strips and boots that never seem to dry. He moves like a person who has learned to balance on a moving floor. I get out of my car because I always get out. The ride is long enough to stretch your legs. The night air is good after a day in an office that smells like copy paper and burned coffee. I walk to the rail and look out at the water. It is choppy tonight, not rough, but busy. The waves hit the hull with a soft slap and roll away in white foam. The sound is like applause for something private. The ferry's horn blows twice. We are leaving. The engines under my feet change their tune from idle to work. The dock slides away with its puddles of light and chain link fence, and the small building where Ruth sells tickets during the day. The building has one window that glows yellow. Someone is in there, maybe cleaning up, maybe waiting for the morning shift. The light gets smaller as we move into the dark. I go inside to the passenger cabin. It is not much. Bench seats with vinyl that splits if you slide wrong. A small galley with a coffee machine that works sometimes. And a microwave that smells like fish, no matter what you heat in it. A vending machine that takes your dollar and gives you chips that taste like salt and disappointment. The walls are painted that green color you see in schools and the hospitals. The color that is supposed to be calm, but makes you think of places where you wait for bad news. There are 5 other foot passengers tonight. An older man in a heavy coat reads a paperback book with pages that curl at the edges. A woman with a baby sleeps in the corner seat, with the baby's head on her shoulder. The baby has tiny mittens and makes soft sounds like a kitten. 2 teenagers sit near the window and share earbuds, nodding to music I cannot hear. In the back, near the galley, a middle-aged woman stares at her phone and types with her thumbs. I take a seat near the middle and settle in for the crossing. The ferry moves with a steady rhythm now. Engine, wave, engine, wave. The lights on shore fade until they are just a suggestion. Out here, the world is water and stars, and the small bright cabin that holds us all. I'm looking out the window when I notice the life jackets. They hang on a rack near the galley, orange and bulky. The kind that make you look like a traffic cone if you have to put one on. I count them because I am bored, and counting is something to do with your eyes. 5 life jackets. There should be 4. I know there should be 4 because I have been on this ferry twice a week for 6 months. I have looked at those life jackets dozens of times. Sometimes when the ferry hits a big wave, they sway together like orange ghosts. There are always 4, always. 1 for each crew member and 1 extra, because that is the rule. Jake told me that once when I asked. Got to have enough for crew plus 1, he said. Coast Guard says. But tonight there are 5. I count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They hang in a neat row, straps facing out, bright orange fabric clean and ready. The 5th one is at the end of the rack. It looks newer than the others. The orange is brighter. The straps are not faded from salt and sun. It hangs straight, like it has never been worn. I get up and walk to the galley. The coffee machine gurgles and hisses. A small sign above it says, "Out of order" in black marker. But there is coffee in the pot, and it smells like it was made recently. I pour a cup because the warmth feels good in my hands, and because walking gives me something to do while I think about life jackets. The crew list is taped to the wall beside the galley counter. It is the same every time. Morris, Captain. Jake, Deck, Galley. Ruth, tickets, when scheduled. Tonight, there is something new. Below Ruth's name, someone has written in pencil. Passenger 1, no disembark. My coffee suddenly tastes like metal. I read the line again. The handwriting is neat, careful, like someone who takes time with words. The pencil is sharp. The writing is recent. There is no eraser dust on the paper. I look around the cabin. 6 passengers, same as when we left. The old man with his book, the woman and baby, the teenagers, the woman with the phone, me, 6 passengers. But the crew list says 1 passenger with no disembark. Maybe it means someone who is staying on for the return trip. People do that sometimes, ride back and forth because they have nowhere else to go, or because they like the water, or because 43 minutes on a ferry is better than 43 minutes somewhere else. But I have never seen anyone stay on. Jake always checks the deck before we dock. All out, he says, and he means all out. I drink the coffee and try to think of reasons for a 5th life jacket. Maybe they got a new one and have not taken the old one away yet. Maybe Ruth is working tonight, but I missed her. Maybe the Coast Guard changed the rules and now they need more. Maybe I have been wrong about the number for 6 months, and there have always been 5, but I know what I know. I know the shape of this ferry like I know the shape of my own kitchen. I know the number of seats and the color of the walls and the sound the door makes when it swings shut. I know there are 4 life jackets, not 5. The baby in the corner makes a small cry. The mother adjusts her hold and whispers something soft. The baby settles. The teenagers laugh at something on their phone. The woman in back types faster, her thumbs moving like small birds. The old man turns a page. Everything is normal. Everything is the same as every Tuesday night for 6 months, except for the 5th life jacket, except for the line on the crew list. I walk back to my seat and look out the window. We are in the middle of the inlet now. The water is black and deep. The nearest land is a low shadow on either side. If something happened here, if the ferry broke down or caught fire or hit something in the dark, we would be a long way from help. The Coast Guard has a station on the North Shore, but it would take time for them to reach us. Time and luck and calm water. I think about the life jackets again. 5 bright orange shapes hanging in a row. I think about the extra one, the new one, the one that should not be there. Who is it for? The ferry hits a larger wave, and the deck tilts a little. My coffee sloshes in the cup. One of the teenagers grabs the windowsill and laughs. "Whoa," she says. "Rough night." Her friend laughs too, and they go back to their music. The woman with the baby shifts the child to her other arm. The old man braces his book against his knee and keeps reading. The woman in back types on. I count the passengers again. 6. Same 6. But the crew list says, passenger 1 no disembark. 1 passenger who will not get off when we dock. 1 passenger who needs a life jacket but will not leave the ferry. The baby cries again, louder this time. The sound cuts through the engine noise and the wave sounds and the small, comfortable bubble of the cabin. The mother stands and rocks the baby, making shush sounds. The baby quiets, but does not stop completely. It makes little whimpers, like it knows something the rest of us do not. I get up and walk to the window on the other side of the cabin. The water here looks the same as the water on the starboard side. Black, choppy, empty. No other boats. No lights except the stars and the small green and red navigation lights on our bow. We are alone on the inlet, a small bright box moving across dark water. The door to the wheelhouse opens and Captain Morris comes out. He nods to the passengers like he does every night. His wool cap is pulled low over his ears. His jacket is unzipped, and I can see a thick sweater underneath. He has been crossing this inlet for 20 years, maybe more. He knows every rock and current, and how the wind changes direction in the dark. Evening, he says to the cabin in general. Bit of chop tonight. Should smooth out as we get closer to shore. The old man looks up from his book and nods. Thank you, Captain. The woman with the baby smiles and adjusts the child's blanket. The teenagers do not hear him because of their music. Morris walks to the galley and pours coffee from the pot. The out of order sign does not stop him. He drinks it black and makes a face like it is too strong, but drinks it anyway. I want to ask him about the life jackets. I want to ask him about the crew list. But there is something in his posture, the way he holds his shoulders, that says he is thinking about navigation and weather and the 100 small things that keep a ferry safe in the dark. Questions from passengers can wait. He finishes his coffee and puts the cup in the small sink. Docking in 20 minutes, he says. Cars stay in vehicles during docking. Foot passengers gather near the exit. He goes back to the wheelhouse and shuts the door. 20 minutes. I look at my watch. We left the dock at 11:47. It is now 12:15. We should reach the other side at 12:30, maybe 12:35, if the waves slow us down. Normal crossing, normal time. But I cannot shake the feeling that something is different about tonight. I walk back to the life jacket rack, 5 orange shapes hanging in a row. I reach out and touch the 5th one, the new one. The fabric is cold and stiff. The straps are clean, no salt stains or wear marks. It has never been used. It hangs perfectly straight, like it is waiting for someone. First time on the late ferry. I turn around. The old man with the book is standing behind me. Up close, I can see that his book is a mystery novel with a torn cover. His eyes are pale blue, the kind of blue that looks like ice water. He has the patient face of someone who has seen a lot of weather. No, I say. I take it twice a week. Have for 6 months. He nods. Thought so. You look familiar. I'm Tom. He holds out his hand and I shake it. His grip is firm and cold. Nice to meet you. I'm David. You work in town? Yeah, late shift at the call center. You? Tom smiles, but it does not reach his eyes. Retired. Sometimes I ride the ferry just to think. It's peaceful on the water. I nod toward the life jackets. Ever notice how many there are? Tom looks at the rack. He counts with his eyes the same way I did. 5, he says. Always 5. My chest tightens. Always 5. You sure? Oh, yes. Tom's voice is quiet, like he is sharing a secret. There's always one extra, for the passenger who doesn't get off. The baby in the corner starts crying again. This time, the mother cannot quiet it. She stands and walks to the window, bouncing the baby gently, whispering. The baby's cries get louder. The sound fills the cabin like a smoke alarm. "Excuse me," I say to Tom, and I walk to the other side of the cabin. I need air. I need space. I need to think about what Tom said. Always 5. Always 1 extra. For the passenger who doesn't get off. I look out the window. We're getting closer to the North Shore. I can see individual lights now. Not just a line of glow. A house with yellow windows. A street light at the end of a pier. A neon sign that says diner in blue letters. Normal things. Things that mean we are almost home. But Tom's words stick in my head like a song you cannot forget. The passenger who doesn't get off. I think about all the times I have taken this ferry. All the times I have watched people walk to their cars, start their engines, drive up the ramp to the dock. Everyone gets off. Everyone has somewhere to go, except for the passenger who doesn't get off. The baby's cries fade to whimpers. The mother finds a seat and starts to nurse the child. The cabin gets quiet, again, except for the engine and the waves, and the soft sound of the teenagers' music leaking from their earbuds. I walk back to Tom. He's reading his book again, or pretending to read it. The pages do not turn. "Tom," I say, "what did you mean about the passenger who doesn't get off?" He looks up. His ice water eyes study my face. "You really don't know." "Know what?" Tom closes his book. He keeps one finger between the pages like he is planning to open it again soon. This ferry has been crossing the inlet for 40 years. Same route, same schedule, same crew for the last 20. And for the last 20 years, there's been one passenger who rides back and forth. Never gets off, never pays, just rides. My mouth feels dry. That's impossible. Jake checks the deck before we dock. I've seen him do it. Jake checks for people who are supposed to get off. Tom's voice is still quiet, still patient. He doesn't check for people who are supposed to stay, but why would someone stay on? Where would they sleep? What would they eat? Tom looks toward the galley. Coffee pot's always full, isn't it? Even when the sign says it's broken. Vending machine never runs out of snacks. And there's a small crew quarters below deck, behind the engine room. Just a bunk and a porthole. Most people don't know it's there. I feel cold, and not just from the night air. Are you saying there's someone living on this ferry? Living? Tom considers the word. That's one way to put it. The ferry's engines change pitch. We are slowing down for the approach to the dock. Through the window, I can see the concrete pier with its pilings wrapped in old tires. I can see the ticket booth where Ruth works during the day. I can see the parking area where cars wait for the morning ferry. Jake comes through the cabin door. "All right, folks," he calls. Coming up on the dock, cars to your vehicles. Walk-ons gather by the door. The old man puts his book in his coat pocket and stands up. The woman with the baby collects her diaper bag. The teenagers unplug their earbuds and stuff them in their pockets. The woman in back finally stops typing and puts her phone away. Everyone moves toward the exit like they have done this 100 times before. I follow them, but I keep looking back at the life jacket rack. 5 orange shapes, 1 extra. For the passenger who doesn't get off, the ferry bumps against the pier with a soft thud. Jake goes outside to secure the lines. I can hear him calling to someone on the dock, probably the night watchman who helps with the ropes. The engines idle down to a whisper. We have arrived. All out, Jake calls from the deck. All out for North Shore. The passengers file out into the cold night air. I follow them down the metal ramp. My shoes ring on the grating. The air smells like tide pools and creosote from the pier pilings. Cars start their engines and drive up the ramp to the parking area. Red tail lights disappear into the dark. I walk to my Honda and get my keys out. Behind me, the ferry's engines are still running. The crew will take 10 minutes to check the deck and the cabin, then head back to the South Shore for the night. There will be fewer passengers on the return trip, maybe none at all. I start to put my key in the lock, then stop. I look back at the ferry. The cabin lights are on. Through the windows, I can see Jake moving around inside, collecting trash, wiping down the tables. Normal end-of-run cleanup. But there is someone else in the cabin. I can see a figure near the life jacket rack. Just a shadow, really, but definitely a person. Someone tall and thin, wearing dark clothes. They are standing very still, facing the orange life jackets. I blink and look again. The figure is gone. Everything all right. I turn around. Tom is standing beside his car, an old blue sedan with rust around the wheel wells. He has his book in his hand again. Did you see someone in the cabin just now? I ask. Tom looks at the ferry. Jake is still moving around inside, visible through the lighted windows. Just Jake, he says. No, someone else, near the life jackets. Tom is quiet for a moment. Then he says, sometimes the shadows play tricks on you out here. All the lights and water. He gets into his car. Have a good night, David. He drives away, leaving me alone on the dock. I look at the ferry again. The cabin is bright and empty except for Jake. He is at the galley now, turning off the coffee machine. The life jackets hang in their neat row. 5 of them. 1 extra. I get in my Honda and drive home through the empty streets, but I cannot stop thinking about the figure I saw. The shadow by the life jackets. The passenger who doesn't get off. At home, I make a sandwich and try to watch TV, but my mind keeps going back to the ferry, to Tom's words, to the crew list with its pencil notation, to the 5th life jacket hanging at the end of the rack. I look up the ferry online. The North Shore Express, operated by Inlet Transit Authority, built in 1983. Capacity, 32 vehicles, 150 passengers, crew of 3, daily service except Sundays. Nothing about extra life jackets, nothing about passengers who don't disembark, but there are accident reports. In 1995, a passenger named Sarah Chen fell overboard during a night crossing. Her body was never recovered. The Coast Guard searched for 3 days, but found nothing. The ferry was cleared of any wrongdoing. Equipment failure, they said. The section of rail that corroded in the salt air. In 2003, a crew member named Michael Torres disappeared during a shift. His co-workers said he was on deck one moment and gone the next. They found his life jacket in the water 2 days later, but no body. Another Coast Guard search, another empty conclusion. In 2010, a foot passenger named Lisa Park was reported missing after a late ferry run. Security cameras showed her boarding, but she was not seen leaving. Her car was still in the parking lot on the South Shore. Her purse was found on a bench in the ferry cabin. She had been taking the late ferry twice a week for 8 months. I read the reports twice. 3 people, all missing from the late ferry, all gone into the dark water of the inlet. The most recent was Lisa Park, 12 years ago. I think about the crew list again. Passenger 1 no disembark. One passenger who doesn't get off. Ever. The next week, I take an earlier ferry. The 9:30 crossing with the dinner crowd and the families heading home after school events. The ferry is crowded and warm and full of conversation. There are only 4 life jackets on the rack. The crew list has only the regular names. Everything is normal, but on Tuesday, I am late leaving work. A customer service call that would not end. A system crash that ate my reports. By the time I finish, it is 11:35. I can make the late ferry if I hurry. I get to the dock at 11:45. Just as they are loading the last cars, Jake waves me forward into my usual spot. I park and get out, walking to the rail out of habit. The water is calmer tonight, almost glassy. The lights from shore reflect in long yellow streaks. I go into the cabin. Fewer passengers tonight. The woman with the baby is not here. The teenagers are gone. Just the old man with his book, the woman with the phone, and 2 new faces. A man in a business suit who looks tired, and an elderly woman knitting something blue. I count the life jackets. 5. Always 5 on the late ferry. I check the crew list. The same pencil notation. Passenger 1 no disembark. I sit in my usual seat and think about Sarah Chen, Michael Torres, Lisa Park. 3 people who got on the ferry and never got off. Not the way they planned. Anyway, the ferry pulls away from the dock. The engines settle into their rhythm. I watch the dark water through the window and try to make sense of things that do not want to make sense. Halfway across the inlet, the old man with the book comes over and sits beside me. It is Tom again. Same pale blue eyes, same patient face. Couldn't stay away? He asks. I have to work late on Tuesdays. Ah. Tom nods. Like this explains something important. And you've been thinking about our conversation. You could say that. Tom opens his book to a page near the middle. The text is worn and faded, like he has read it many times. Would you like to know about the passenger who doesn't get off? My throat feels tight. I looked up the accident reports. Sarah Chen, Michael Torres, Lisa Park. Yes. Tom's voice is soft. All passengers on the late ferry. all gone into the water. But how does that explain the fifth life jacket? The crew list notation. Tom closes his book and looks at me directly. What do you think happens to people who fall overboard at night in deep water, far from shore? They drown. Most do. But this inlet is strange, David. Deep currents, cold water that preserves things. And sometimes when someone goes overboard from this ferry, on this route, at this time of night, he pauses. Sometimes they don't stay gone. I feel cold all over. What are you saying? I'm saying the passenger who doesn't disembark isn't a living passenger. Not anymore. But they still need a life jacket, don't they? Still need to be on the crew list. Still need to be accounted for. The baby would be crying now if the woman with the baby were here. But she is not here. None of the usual Tuesday passengers are here except me. Just new faces and Tom with his mysterious book and his patient explanations that make my skin crawl. Which one? I ask. Which one of them is still on the ferry? Tom looks toward the galley. Does it matter? They all ride together now, back and forth, night after night. They found each other in the dark water, and now they share the crossing. I stand up fast. That's crazy. People don't come back from drowning. Ghosts don't need life jackets, don't they? Tom asks. What's the first thing you reach for when you hit cold water? What's the thing that's supposed to save you? I look at the life jacket rack. 5 orange shapes hanging in a row. The extra one, the new one, sways a little as the ferry hits a wave. It moves like someone invisible is wearing it. I need some air, I say. I walk to the door that leads to the outer deck. The night air is cold and clean and real. It tastes like salt and diesel and the honest smell of deep water. I grip the rail with both hands and breathe. Behind me, through the cabin windows, I can see the other passengers. The tired businessman reading a magazine. The elderly woman knitting. The woman with the phone. Tom with his book. And in the back, near the life jacket rack, a fourth figure. Tall, thin, wearing something that might be dark clothes or might be water-stained fabric. The figure stands very still, facing the orange life jackets. I blink. The figure is gone. A hand touches my shoulder. I spin around. Jake is standing behind me, his yellow jacket bright in the deck lights. You all right? He asks. You look like you saw something. I'm fine, I lie. Just needed some air. Jake nods. He has kind eyes, worried eyes. Been working this route for 15 years, he says. Seen a lot of things on the water. Some of them you learn to live with. What kind of things? Jake looks out at the dark water. Lost passengers, he says. People who should have gotten off but didn't. People who should have stayed on but couldn't. He turns back to me. Ferry's got a long memory, you know. Especially the late run. Jake, I say. How many life jackets are supposed to be on the rack? He is quiet for a moment. Then, Coast Guard says 4, but we keep 5. Why? Because sometimes you need an extra one. for the passenger who doesn't disembark. We are coming up on the North Shore. I can see the lights of the dock, the concrete pier, the parking area where my Honda waits. Normal things, safe things, things that belong to the world of the living. All out, Jake calls to the cabin. All out for North Shore. I follow the other passengers down the ramp. The businessman hurries to a black sedan. The elderly woman gets into a small truck. The woman with the phone walks to a blue hatchback. Tom gets into his rusty sedan and drives away without looking back. I stand by my Honda and watch the ferry. Jake moves around the cabin, doing his usual cleanup. The lights are bright. The life jackets hang in their row. Everything looks normal, but as the ferry prepares to leave for its return crossing, I see something that makes my blood freeze. There is someone in the cabin window. Not Jake. Someone else. A thin figure in dark clothes, standing near the life jacket rack. The figure raises one hand and places it flat against the glass. The hand is pale, almost translucent. It leaves no mark on the window. The figure is looking directly at me. I get in my car and drive home fast, not looking back. But I can feel eyes on me until I turn the corner and the ferry disappears behind the trees. The next Tuesday, I stay late at the office on purpose. I finish reports that could wait. I clean my desk. I reorganize my files. Anything to avoid the 11:47 ferry. But at midnight, I'm still thinking about the figure in the window, about the pale hand pressed against the glass, about Tom's words. They all ride together now. I drive to the South Shore dock. The late ferry is just arriving from its return trip. I park where I can see the ramp and wait. Jake comes out first, carrying his equipment bag. He walks to an old pickup truck and drives away. Captain Morris comes out next, moving slowly, looking tired. He gets into a van and follows Jake up the hill. The ferry sits empty at the dock, engines off, lights dimming. The night watchman comes out of his shack and walks down the pier to secure the additional lines for the night. Everything is routine, but as I watch, one of the cabin lights comes back on. Just for a moment, long enough for me to see a figure moving past the windows. Then the light goes off again. I get out of my car and walk to the ferry. The ramp is up, but there is a small gangway for crew access. A chain across it with a sign, "Authorized personnel only." I step over the chain. The deck is empty and silent. The life jacket rack is barely visible through the cabin windows. I can count them. 5 orange shapes hanging in a row. I walk to the cabin door. It is unlocked. Inside, the ferry smells like coffee and salt air and something else, something cold and wet, like clothes that have been soaked in seawater and never properly dried. The life jackets hang on their rack. 5 of them. But now I can see that the 5th one, the extra one, is different from the others. It is not just newer, it is wet. Water drips from the straps and pools on the floor below. As I watch, the life jacket moves, not swaying with the motion of the ferry, moving like someone is wearing it, like invisible arms are sliding through the straps. I back toward the door, but it swings shut before I reach it. The latch clicks. "Don't go," says a voice behind me. I turn around. A woman is standing near the galley. She is young, maybe 30, with dark hair that hangs in wet strands around her face. Her clothes are waterlogged and torn. Her skin has the pale, bloated look of something that has been underwater for a long time. "Lisa," I whisper. She nods. "Lisa Park. I used to take the late ferry twice a week, just like you. You've been missing for 12 years. Missing?" Lisa tilts her head. Water runs from her hair and splashes on the floor. "I'm not missing. I'm right here. I ride the ferry every night." Behind her, 2 other figures emerge from the shadows. A man in his 30s wearing a ferry crew uniform that is stained with salt and seaweed, Michael Torres, and a woman in her 50s with long black hair and a business suit that looks like it was expensive once, Sarah Chen. "We've been waiting for you," Sarah says. Her voice sounds like she is speaking from the bottom of a deep well. "We know you've been watching," Michael adds. "We know you've been counting the life jackets. We know you take the ferry twice a week," Lisa says. "Just like I did. Just like we all did." I reach for the door handle, but my hand passes through it. The metal feels solid to my eyes, but not to my touch. I am trapped in a cabin with 3 people who drowned years ago. "What do you want?" I ask. "We want you to understand," Sarah says. "The ferry remembers its passengers, all of them, even the ones who go overboard. Especially the ones who go overboard," Michael says. "We fell into the dark water," Lisa says. "Cold water, deep water. We should have died. We did die. But the ferry called us back. It needs us," Sarah says. "A ferry without passengers is just an empty boat. And passengers need life jackets," Michael says. "Even dead passengers." They move closer, and I can smell them now. The smell of deep water and old seaweed and things that have been underwater too long. The smell of the inlet at low tide when the bottom mud shows and the crabs scuttle away from the light. "The ferry crosses twice every night," Lisa says. "Back and forth, back and forth. We ride it because we have to, because the water won't let us go." "But it's lonely," Sarah says. "Just the 3 of us, night after night. We need more passengers." "We need you," Michael says. I back against the door, but there is nowhere to go. The 3 figures surround me, dripping seawater, reaching out with pale, waterlogged hands. "Don't fight it," Lisa says. "The water is not so cold once you stop struggling. And the ferry will bring you back," Sarah says. "Just like it brought us back." "You'll have your own life jacket," Michael says. "Your own place on the crew list." I close my eyes and think of all the Tuesday nights I have ridden this ferry, all the times I have counted the life jackets and wondered about the extra one, all the times I have felt watched from dark water. When I open my eyes, the 3 figures are gone. The cabin is empty. The door is open. I can hear the night watchman walking on the pier outside, checking the lines. I run down the gangway and across the pier and to my car. I drive home with the windows down, breathing the night air, tasting the salt and diesel and honest smells of the living world. The next Tuesday, I call in sick to work. The Tuesday after that, I quit my job and find work on the South Shore, far from the ferry dock and the dark water of the inlet. But sometimes, on the quiet nights when the wind is from the north, I can hear the ferry's horn across the water, 2 long blasts that mean departure. And I know that somewhere in the darkness, a small, bright cabin crosses back and forth between the shores, carrying its passengers through the night. 5 life jackets hang on the rack, 4 for the living, 1 for the dead. The crew list has a notation in pencil. Passenger 1, no disembark. They are still waiting for me, I think. The ferry remembers its passengers, all of them. And sometimes, late at night, I find myself driving toward the water. Not because I want to, but because the ferry is calling and the dark water is patient. And there is always room for 1 more passenger who will never disembark. The late ferry leaves at 11:47 every night, except Sunday. It crosses the inlet in 43 minutes if the water is calm. I know this because I have been riding it for 6 months, and I will be riding it forever. The bell above the office door has been ringing for 3 minutes now. The same 4-note chime, over and over, like someone keeps pushing through the glass door and letting it swing shut behind them. But I am sitting right here at the front desk, and no one has come in. I look up from the guest registry, where I am writing the date in neat numbers. The door is closed. The parking lot beyond the glass is empty, except for 2 cars. Mine, a dented Civic that burns oil, and Mrs. Chen's Honda that she parks by the vending machines every night when she comes to clean rooms. The office is small and dim, lit by 1 fluorescent bulb that hums like it is trying to remember a song. The bell keeps ringing. Ring, pause, ring, pause, ring, pause, ring. I get up and walk to the door. My shoes make soft sounds on the thin carpet that shows every stain from 20 years of wet boots and spilled coffee and people who track in whatever the highway gives them. I push the door open. It swings out into the night air that smells like gasoline and hot asphalt and something sweet that might be honeysuckle. If honeysuckle grew next to truck stops, the door swings back and hits me in the shoulder. The bell rings once more and then stops. I hold the door open and look around. The parking lot is a rectangle of cracked concrete under yellow lights that turn everything the color of old teeth. US 41 runs past like a black river with headlights for fish. A semi-truck downshifts in the distance, and the sound rolls across the flat land like thunder that forgot to bring rain. There is no wind. There is no reason for the bell to ring unless someone pushes through the door. But no one is here. I let the door close and walk back to the desk. The Stardust Motel is not the kind of place where strange things happen. It is the kind of place where tired things happen, where people stop because they have to, not because they want to. We have 28 rooms in 2 long buildings that face each other across the parking lot. like they are having a staring contest. Most nights, maybe 6 rooms are filled. Truckers who need 8 hours of sleep before the next haul. Families driving to somewhere else who got tired of the interstate. People whose cars broke down and who need a place to stay while they figure out what comes next. I have worked the night desk here for 2 years. I know the sound every door makes when it opens. I know which rooms have air conditioners that click all night and which ones have toilets that run unless you jiggle the handle. I know the shape of every shadow the parking lot lights throw. I know this place, like I know the taste of the coffee I make at midnight and drink until dawn. The bell above the door is connected to the door by a piece of wire. When the door opens, it pulls the wire, and the wire rings the bell. Simple. The door has to move for the bell to ring. Physics. Cause and effect. Nothing mysterious about it, except the door did not move, and the bell rang anyway. I write the time in my log, 11:17 p.m. I write, doorbell malfunction. I do not write what I'm thinking, which is that sometimes wires break, and sometimes bells ring when they should not, and sometimes the night shift makes your brain turn small sounds into big questions. The phone rings. I pick it up on the second ring because that is professional. Stardust Motel, I say. My voice sounds normal in my ears, which is good. Silence. Then a soft click, like someone hanging up. I put the phone back in its cradle. The number on the caller ID says unknown. People call the wrong number all the time. People call and hang up when they realize they dialed wrong. It happens, but as I look at the caller ID, the numbers change, not all at once, one digit at a time, like someone is typing them on a keyboard. Unknown becomes a number I recognize, the number for room 15. Room 15 has been closed since March. A pipe burst in the wall behind the bathroom and flooded the carpet. The ceiling tiles fell down and the drywall got soft, and the whole room smelled like wet cardboard and mold. We have been waiting for the insurance check to pay for repairs. The door is locked. The phone is disconnected. There is no way for room 15 to call the front desk. I dial the maintenance number to check if maybe someone is working on the room and reconnected the phone. It rings 4 times and goes to voicemail. You've reached Eddie's maintenance. Leave a message and I'll call you back. Eddie's voice sounds tired, even on the recording. I hang up and look at the key rack on the wall behind the desk. Each key has a plastic tag with a room number. The keys hang on small hooks in 2 neat rows. Rooms 1 through 14 on the top row. Rooms 16 through 28 on the bottom row. There is no key for room 15 because the door is locked with a deadbolt and the key is in Eddie's toolbox. But there is a key hanging on the hook where room 15 should be. I stand up so fast, the chair rolls back and hits the wall. I look at the key rack again. The key is there, hanging on the hook for room 15. It is not one of our regular keys. It is brass instead of aluminum, and the plastic tag is white instead of blue. Someone has written 15 on the tag in black ink. I reach for the key, but my hand stops before I touch it. The key is cold. Not cool like metal gets when it sits in air conditioning, cold like it has been sitting in snow, cold like it has been underwater. I can see my breath in a small cloud when I get close to it. The key was not there 5 minutes ago. I know this because I look at the key rack every night when I start my shift. I count the keys to make sure none are missing. I straighten them so they all hang the same way. It is part of my routine. There was no key for room 15 when I started work tonight. I pick up the key. The metal is so cold, it hurts my fingers through my skin. The plastic tag is wet, like someone just pulled it out of a sink. I turn it over. On the back, in the same black ink, someone has written, "Welcome back." My hands shake a little as I put the key in my pocket. The cold spreads through the fabric and touches my leg like a small, icy finger. The bell above the door starts ringing again. 4 chimes, pause. 4 chimes, pause. I walk to the door and push it open. The parking lot is still empty. The highway is still dark. Nothing moves except the lights of a car in the distance, too far away to matter. I prop the door open with the wooden doorstop and wait. If the bell rings while the door is open, I will know it is broken. If it stops, I will know something else. It stops. I close the door. The bell stays quiet. I sit back down at the desk and try to think of normal reasons for these things. The key could have fallen behind the rack and gotten stuck there until vibrations from a truck on the highway shook it loose. Someone could have been in the office earlier and left it there as a joke. The cold could be from the air conditioning vent that blows directly on the key rack. But the air conditioning has been broken for a week. The office is warm and stuffy, and no one has been here except me and Mrs. Chen. And Mrs. Chen does not make jokes. I pull the key out of my pocket and look at it again. The plastic tag is not wet anymore. It is dry, but there is a watermark around the edges, like it was soaked and then dried fast. The brass key itself has small scratches on it, the kind keys get when they are used a lot. But room 15 has been empty since March. The phone rings. I look at the caller ID before I answer. It says room 15 again. I pick up the phone and do not say anything. "Front desk," says a voice. It is soft, like someone speaking from far away. It sounds like my voice, but thinner, like my voice played through a radio in another room. "This is the front desk," I say. "I need fresh towels," the voice says, "and the shower is not draining right." "What room are you in?" 15. I look out the window at the 2 motel buildings. Room 15 is in the far building, 3rd door from the left. The door is closed. There are no lights on inside. There is no car parked in front of it. "Sir," I say, "room 15 is closed for repairs." "Oh." The voice pauses. "Well, I'm here now. Could you send housekeeping?" There is no one in room 15. The room is flooded and the line goes dead. I hang up the phone and immediately call Mrs. Chen's cell phone. She answers on the first ring. "Hello, Mrs. Chen, it's David at the front desk. Are you working on the rooms tonight?" "Yes, I'm doing 8 and 12 and 14. Why? Have you been near room 15? No, that room is locked. Why would I go there? Someone called from room 15 asking for housekeeping. Mrs. Chen is quiet for a moment. Then, room 15 phone is disconnected. Eddie took it out when the pipe burst. I know. That's why I'm calling you. I come to office, Mrs. Chen says. Something is not right. She hangs up. Through the window, I can see her walking across the parking lot from the housekeeping closet near room 14. She moves fast, her cleaning cart rattling over the uneven pavement. Mrs. Chen has worked at the Stardust for 15 years. She has seen everything this place has to offer. If she thinks something is not right, then something is not right. She comes through the office door and the bell rings normally. 4 chimes that fade into the hum of the fluorescent light. Show me the key, she says. I hand her the room 15 key. She turns it over in her palm, looking at the writing on both sides. Her face does not change expression, but I see her shoulders get tense. This is not our key, she says. I know. Where did it come from? It was hanging on the rack when I looked up from my paperwork. It wasn't there before. Mrs. Chen walks to the key rack and points to the hook for room 15. I clean that rack every week. I know every key. This key was never here before tonight. She hands the key back to me. You should not go to room 15. Why not? Some rooms. She pauses, looking for the right words. Some rooms hold on to things. Even when they are empty, I do not know what to say to that. Mrs. Chen is practical. She does not talk about things that are not real. She fixes problems and cleans messes and keeps the motel running. If she says a room holds on to things, then maybe a room holds on to things. What kind of things? I ask. People who stay too long. People who do not want to leave. She looks out the window at room 15. That room was never the same after Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison. I remember that name from the incident reports I had to file when I first started working here. A guest who had been staying in room 15 for 3 weeks. A man in his 50s who paid cash and kept to himself. Who complained about the shower not draining and asked for fresh towels every day. One morning, Mrs. Chen found the door standing open and the room empty. Mr. Morrison had checked out without telling anyone. He left his clothes in the dresser and his toothbrush in the bathroom and a half-eaten sandwich on the nightstand. He never came back for his things. When did Mr. Morrison check out? I asked. March, Mrs. Chen says. Right before the pipe burst. March. The same month, room 15 was closed for repairs. The same month, a guest disappeared without a word, leaving everything behind except himself. Mrs. Chen, I say, what if Mr. Morrison never checked out? She looks at me for a long time. Her eyes are dark and serious. Then he is still here, she says. The phone rings. We both look at it. The caller ID says, room 15. Don't answer, Mrs. Chen says. But I pick it up anyway. I have to know. Front desk. The towels, says the voice that sounds like mine, but is not mine. I still need fresh towels. And could you look at the shower? The water is not going down. Mr. Morrison. Silence. Then, how did you know my name? I hang up the phone and look at Mrs. Chen. She nods once, like I have just confirmed something she already knew. We call Eddie, she says. We get him to open the room. We see what is in there. It's almost midnight. Eddie won't come out here unless someone is dying. Maybe someone is, Mrs. Chen says. I call Eddie's emergency number. It rings 6 times before he answers, with a voice full of sleep and irritation. This better be good. Eddie, it's David at the Stardust. I need you to come out here and open room 15. Room 15 is closed, has been since March. I know, but someone is calling from inside the room. Eddie is quiet for a moment. I can hear him thinking. Phone's disconnected in that room. I pulled it out myself. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Someone is calling from a disconnected phone in a locked room. You've been drinking, David. I'm serious. Mrs. Chen is here. She heard the calls too. I hand the phone to Mrs. Chen. She takes it and speaks in her no-nonsense voice that makes people listen. Eddie, you come here now. Something is wrong with room 15. You bring your key. She hangs up without waiting for an answer. 20 minutes later, Eddie's pickup truck pulls into the parking lot. He gets out slowly, like a man who has been woken up in the middle of the night too many times and is tired of it. He wears jeans and a t-shirt and work boots that are untied. His toolbox rattles in his hand as he walks to the office. This is crazy, he says as he comes through the door. The bell rings its normal 4-chime greeting. Room's been empty for 8 months. Mr. Morrison checked out in March, Mrs. Chen says. If he checked out, then who's been calling? Eddie looks at both of us like we are children who have been telling ghost stories past bedtime. But he pulls a ring of keys from his pocket and finds the one for room 15. All right, he says. Let's go see your mystery guest. We walk across the parking lot together. Our footsteps sound loud on the cracked pavement. The night air is warm and humid, the kind that makes your clothes stick to your skin. Room 15 is dark. The curtains are drawn. There is no sound from inside. Eddie puts the key in the lock and turns it. The deadbolt slides back with a soft click. He pushes the door open and reaches inside to flip the light switch. The overhead light comes on and shows us a motel room that has been empty for 8 months. Water-stained carpet that curls at the edges. Ceiling tiles that are brown with moisture and sag in the middle. Drywall that is soft and crumbling where the pipe burst. The smell of mold and standing water and something else. Something sweet and wrong. But the room is not empty. There are clothes on the bed. A man's clothes, neatly folded. Khaki pants and a blue shirt and underwear and socks. There is a toothbrush on the bathroom counter and a half-eaten sandwich on the nightstand. The sandwich looks fresh, like it was made today. What the hell, Eddie says. Mrs. Chen walks to the bed and looks at the clothes without touching them. These are Mr. Morrison's clothes. Same clothes he left behind. I threw those away, Eddie says. I cleaned out this room myself after he left. I threw everything in the dumpster. I walk to the nightstand and look at the sandwich. Ham and cheese on white bread, cut diagonally. one bite taken from the corner. The bread is soft, not stale. The lettuce is green, not brown. This sandwich was made recently. Eddie, I say, look at the phone. The phone sits on the nightstand next to the sandwich. It is plugged into the wall jack. The cord is new, not the old coiled cord that was here before. This cord is straight and black and still has a twist tie around it like it just came out of a package. I disconnected that phone, Eddie says. I took it out and put it in my truck. Well, someone put it back. Eddie kneels down and follows the phone cord to where it plugs into the wall jack. This jack was dead. I killed it at the junction box. He stands up and looks around the room like he is seeing it for the first time. None of this should be here. I locked this room myself. I'm the only one with a key. Not the only one, I say, and I pull the brass key from my pocket. Eddie looks at the key. Where did you get that? It appeared on the key rag tonight. That's not one of our keys. I know. Mrs. Chen has walked to the bathroom door. She looks inside and makes a small sound, like she is surprised. You need to see this, she says. We join her in the bathroom doorway. The bathroom is small and dim, lit by a single bulb over the mirror. The toilet and sink are stained with mineral deposits from months of sitting water. The bathtub is full of standing water, brown and thick. The shower curtain is pulled closed, but the shower curtain is stuck to the inside of the tub, not hanging loose like shower curtains do when no one is using the shower. Stuck to the tub like someone is pressing against it from the other side, like someone just stepped out of the shower and the wet curtain is still holding the shape of their body. Jesus, Eddie says. I reach for the shower curtain, but Mrs. Chen grabs my wrist. Don't, she says. Why not? Because you do not want to see what is behind it. But I do want to see. I need to see. I pull my wrist free and grab the edge of the shower curtain. The plastic is cold and wet, even though there is no water running. It sticks to my fingers like it does not want to let go. I pull the curtain aside. The tub is empty except for the standing water. But in the water, at the bottom of the tub, there are footprints. Wet footprints, like someone just stepped out. The prints are clear and deep, pressed into whatever algae or mold has grown on the bottom of the tub and on the bathroom mirror, above the sink. Something is written in the condensation that should not be there, because no one has taken a hot shower in this room for 8 months. The mirror's defogger has traced a name in neat letters. David, my name, written in the steam on a mirror in a room that has been empty since March. We leave now, Mrs. Chen says. We lock this room and we do not come back. But as we turn to go, the phone on the nightstand rings. We all look at it. None of us move to answer it. It rings 4 times and stops. Then it rings 4 more times and stops. Then it rings again. Answer it, Eddie says. His voice is tight, like he is trying not to shout. No, Mrs. Chen says. Someone should answer it. I walk to the phone and pick it up. I do not want to, but I do it anyway. Front desk, I say, even though I'm not at the front desk. David, says the voice that sounds like my voice. You came to see me, Mr. Morrison. You can call me that if you want. Names don't matter much anymore. What do you want? I want to check out. But every time I try to leave, I end up back in the room. Every time I pack my clothes, they unpack themselves. Every time I eat my sandwich, it grows back. I look at the sandwich on the nightstand. It still has one bite taken from the corner. It looks exactly the same as it did when we walked in. The shower doesn't drain. The voice continues. The towels are never fresh. The room never gets clean. I've been trying to check out for 8 months, but the room won't let me go. Why not? Because the room needs a guest. It's what motels do, David. They hold on to people. And when one guest finally manages to leave, the voice pauses. The room finds another one. I look at Eddie A. and Mrs. Chen. They are both staring at me with wide eyes, like they know something I do not. What do you mean? I ask. Check your pocket, David. I reach into my pocket. The brass key is gone. In its place is a plastic key card, the kind we use for the electronic locks on the newly renovated rooms. The key card has my name printed on it. David Torres. Guest, room 15. The room has been getting ready for you, the voice says. Every night when you count the keys, every night when you straighten them on the rack, every night when you look across the parking lot at the dark windows and wonder what it would be like to stay here instead of just working here. My mouth feels dry. I never wondered that. Didn't you? Didn't you ever think about how quiet it would be? How peaceful? No phones ringing, no bells chiming, no people checking in and checking out. Just you and a room that knows exactly what you need. I hang up the phone, but it rings again immediately. I do not answer it this time. We have to get out of here, I say, but when I turn toward the door, it is closed. I do not remember anyone closing it. Eddie tries the handle. It turns, but the door will not open. It is like something is holding it shut from the outside. Eddie, Mrs. Chen says, use your key. Eddie fumbles with his key ring, finds the room key, and tries to put it in the lock. But there is no keyhole on the inside of the door. There is only smooth metal where the lock should be. That's not right, Eddie says. Doors have to have inside locks. It's a fire code. The phone stops ringing. The room gets very quiet. Even the highway noise seems to fade away, and the bathroom faucet turns on by itself. Water runs into the sink. Hot water that steams and fogs the mirror again. In the mirror, letters appear in the condensation, written by an invisible finger. Welcome home, David. The window, I say. We can go out the window. I pull the curtains aside. The window is there, but it is not the window that should be there. Instead of looking out at the parking lot in the office in US 41, it looks out at another motel room, an identical room with water-stained carpet and sagging ceiling tiles, and a man sitting on the bed with his back to the window. The man is wearing khaki pants and a blue shirt. He is eating a sandwich, taking small bites and chewing slowly. When he swallows, he puts the sandwich down and looks at it like he is surprised to see it there. Then he picks it up and takes another bite. I knock on the window. The man does not turn around. I knock harder. The glass feels cold under my knuckles, but it does not make any sound. "Mr. Morrison," I call. The man stops eating. He turns around slowly. His face is my face, not similar to my face. My exact face, like I am looking in a mirror, but his eyes are empty, like rooms with no one living in them. He points to his sandwich and mouths the words, "It grows back." Then he points to the phone on his nightstand. It is ringing, but there is no sound. He points to his mouth and shakes his head. He cannot speak anymore. The room has taken his voice. I step back from the window. My reflection in the glass looks wrong. It moves a half second after I move, like it is trying to catch up. And my reflection is wearing clothes I am not wearing. Khaki pants and a blue shirt. "David," Mrs. Chen says. Her voice sounds far away, even though she is standing right beside me. "Look at your hands." I look down. My hands are fading, not disappearing, but becoming translucent, like I am slowly turning into glass. I can see the carpet through my fingers. "The room is taking you," Mrs. Chen says, "like it took Mr. Morrison." How do I stop it? Eddie is trying to force the door, putting his shoulder against it and pushing. But the door does not move. "There has to be a way out," he says. "There's always a way out." The phone rings again. This time, I do not answer it. But after 4 rings, it stops ringing and starts talking anyway. "Don't fight it, David," says my voice from the phone speaker. "It's peaceful here. No stress, no worries, no bills to pay or schedules to keep. Just you and the room and all the time in the world." My legs are getting transparent now. I can see the outline of my bones inside my skin, like an X-ray. The room is turning me into a ghost. The room needs you, David. It's been empty too long. Hotels are supposed to have guests. Rooms are supposed to be occupied. That's what they're for. I look around the room, searching for something, anything that might help. My eyes stop on the brass key in Mrs. Chen's hand. She picked it up when I dropped it. "Mrs. Chen," I say, "give me the key." She looks at the key, then at me. "This is not our key." I know, but maybe that's why it works. She hands me the key. It is cold, but not painfully cold like before. It feels normal now, like metal should feel. I walk to the door and look for a keyhole. There is none on the inside, just like Eddie said. But when I hold the key up to the smooth metal, a keyhole appears. It forms like condensation on the mirror, slowly becoming real. I put the key in the lock and turn it. The deadbolt slides back with a soft click. The door opens. Outside, the parking lot looks normal. The office lights are on. My Honda is parked where I left it. US 41 stretches away into the dark. carrying its river of headlights. Go, Mrs. Chen says. Both of you, go now. Eddie and I run for the door, but when I reach the threshold, something stops me. Not a physical barrier, but a feeling. A feeling like I am forgetting something important, like I am leaving something behind that I will need. I turn around. Mrs. Chen is still in the room, but she is fading like I was. Her edges are getting soft and translucent. Mrs. Chen, the room needs someone, she says. It cannot be empty. If you leave, it will take me instead. Then we all leave together. I cannot leave. I have been here too long. The motel is part of me now. I reach for her hand, but my fingers pass through her like she is made of smoke. She smiles sadly. You go, David. Live your life. Find another job. Do not come back to places like this. The door starts to close by itself. I grab the edge and hold it open. There has to be another way. Mrs. Chen looks at the phone on the nightstand. It has stopped ringing. She walks over and picks it up. Mr. Morrison, she says into the phone, you can go now. I will take your place. There is a pause. Then the sandwich on the nightstand crumbles to dust. The clothes on the bed fade away. The toothbrush in the bathroom disappears. Mrs. Chen looks at me one last time. Go, she says. Before the room changes its mind, I step through the door. Eddie is already running toward his truck. I run toward my Honda, not looking back. Behind me, I hear the door of room 15 close. With a soft click, I get in my car and start the engine. In the rearview mirror, I can see room 15. The light is on inside. Through the window, I can see a figure sitting on the bed. A small figure in a housekeeping uniform, eating a sandwich that will never be finished. I drive away from the Stardust Motel and do not look back again. The next morning, I call the motel office. A recording says the number is no longer in service. I drive past the motel on my way to look for a new job. There is a close sign on the office door. The parking lot is empty except for weeds growing through the cracks. But room 15 has a light on, and sometimes, when the wind is right, I can hear a bell ringing 4 chimes, over and over, like someone is trying to come through a door that will never open. I found a new job at a hotel downtown. A nice place with electronic locks and clean carpets and rooms that smell like industrial air freshener instead of mold. The kind of place where nothing strange ever happens. But sometimes, at night, when I am working the front desk and the lobby is quiet, I hear footsteps on the carpet behind me. When I turn around, there is no one there, just the key rack on the wall, with all the keys hanging in their proper places, all except one. There is always one key missing from the rack, a different key each night, but always one empty hook. And when I look at the guest registry, there is always one name I do not remember writing. Morrison, room 15. The maintenance man says there is no room 15 in this hotel. We only have 14 rooms on each floor. But sometimes the elevator stops on floors that do not exist, and the doors open to show a long hallway with water-stained carpet and the smell of mold and standing water. I never get off the elevator on those floors, but I know that somewhere, in a room that exists between the rooms that do, Mrs. Chen is sitting on a bed that will never be comfortable, eating a sandwich that will never satisfy her hunger, waiting for a phone to ring so she can ask for fresh towels that will never be clean. And I know that the room is still looking for another guest, someone who will count the keys on the rack and notice when one is missing, someone who will answer the phone when it rings in the middle of the night, someone who will use the brass key to open a door that should never be opened. The motel business is about hospitality, about making guests feel welcome, about giving them a place to stay when they need one. Some places take that job very seriously. Some places never let you check out. The announcement crackled through the platform speakers at 1:47 a.m. This was the last southbound train. Service resumes at 5:30 a.m. Thank you for riding with us. I watched the red tail lights disappear into the tunnel like dying cigarettes. The platform emptied fast. People hurried up the stairs, their footsteps echoing off the tile walls in sharp clicks that faded into the night above. In 30 seconds, I was alone under the fluorescent lights that buzzed like angry wasps. My phone showed 3 missed calls from Sarah. I should have left the office earlier. Should have caught the 1:30 train like I planned. Should have listened when she said, "Don't work late again." But the Morrison account needed those revisions, and Morrison pays half our rent. I pulled up the bus schedule on my phone. The 47 bus ran all night, picking up from the street level every hour. The next one came at 2:15. I had 28 minutes to kill in the underground station that smelled like brake dust and human sweat, and something else, something metallic that made my nose wrinkle. The platform stretched long and narrow between the tracks, maybe 200 feet of cracked concrete and yellow warning strips. Bench seats lined the walls every 20 feet, their blue plastic scratched with initials and phone numbers and words I pretended not to read. Overhead, the lights hummed in their metal cages, casting everything in that sick yellow glow that makes healthy skin look jaundiced. I sat on the bench closest to the exit stairs and checked my phone again. 1:52 a.m. 23 minutes. That's when I heard it. A rumble, low and deep, coming from the tunnel where my train had vanished. Not unusual. Trains make noise even when they're not running. Air moves through the tubes. Metal contracts as it cools. Pipes shift. The city's subway system is old, and old things groan in their sleep. But this rumble grew louder. It started as a whisper of sound, the kind you feel in your chest before you hear with your ears. Then it became a hum, then a roar, the kind of roar a train makes when it's moving fast through a tunnel, pushing air ahead of it like a piston in a cylinder. I stood up from the bench and walked to the edge of the platform. The yellow warning strip was faded but still visible. Danger. Do not cross. Yellow line when train is approaching. No train was approaching. The last train had left 15 minutes ago, but the roar got louder. Wind began to move on the platform. Not a breeze. Wind. It started at the tunnel mouth and rolled toward me, carrying the smell of metal and electricity and something else. Something burned. My coat flapped around my legs. Loose newspapers that someone had left on a bench took flight, spinning in lazy circles before disappearing into the dark. The sound was unmistakable now. A train, coming fast. I squinted into the tunnel. No headlight. No approaching glow. Just black concrete disappearing into deeper black. But the roar filled the station like thunder in a small room. The platform vibrated under my feet. Small pieces of concrete dust shook loose from the ceiling and drifted down like dirty snow. I backed away from the edge, pressing against the tile wall behind me. The wind was strong enough now to make me lean into it. My tie whipped over my shoulder. My hair stung my face. Then I saw it. Not a light exactly, more like the absence of darkness. A shape moving through the tunnel, long and articulated, like a train but glowing with its own pale luminescence. It had windows that leaked cold light onto the tunnel walls. Inside the windows, I could see shapes, silhouettes, people sitting in rows, facing forward, perfectly still. The knot train rushed past the platform without stopping. The wind it pushed ahead of it was so strong I had to grab the handrail, bolted to the wall to keep from being knocked down. My coat pressed flat against my back. My ears popped from the pressure change for 3 seconds, maybe 4. A ghost train made of light and impossible physics slid past me at 60 miles per hour. I could see inside the cars. I could see the passengers. They never moved. They never turned their heads to look at me. They sat like mannequins in a department store window, perfectly posed, perfectly dead. Then it was gone. The roar faded to a hum, then to a whisper, then to nothing. The wind died. The platform went still. The only sound was the buzzing of the fluorescent lights and my own breathing, which came too fast and too shallow. I stood against the wall for a long time, waiting for my heart to remember how to beat normally. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone. 1:56 a.m. The whole experience had lasted less than a minute. I called Sarah. Jesus Christ, David, do you know what time it is? I missed the last train. So, take a cab. Sarah, I need to tell you something. I just saw... You just saw what? Your watch? The time I told you not to work late? I wanted to tell her about the wind and the light and the train that couldn't exist. But the words felt stupid in my mouth. How do you explain something that doesn't make sense to someone who's half asleep and angry? Nothing, I said. I'm taking the bus. I'll be home soon. I hung up and walked to the exit stairs. My legs felt unsteady, like I was walking on a boat. At the top of the stairs, I pushed through the heavy metal door that led to street level. The bus stop was a glass shelter next to a hot dog cart that had been closed since midnight. The street was empty except for a few taxis and a police car parked outside the 24-hour diner 2 blocks down. Normal city night sounds, distant traffic, a siren somewhere, the hum of air conditioning units on the buildings above. I sat on the plastic bench inside the bus shelter, and tried to make sense of what I had seen. Trains don't run when they're not scheduled. Trains don't glow. Trains full of motionless passengers don't appear and disappear like mirages. But the wind had been real. The sound had been real. The concrete dust falling from the ceiling had been real. My phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. You saw the 2 a.m. southbound. I stared at the screen. The message had no sender information, just a phone number I didn't recognize. I typed back, "Who is this?" The response came immediately. Someone who knows about the trains that don't exist. I looked around the empty street. No one was visible. No one was watching me. But someone had seen me on the platform. Someone had seen me experience something impossible. I typed, "What 2 a.m. southbound?" The last train left at 1:30. Check the CCTV footage from platform camera 7. Check the power logs for track 3 southbound. You'll understand. How do you know about CCTV footage? But there was no response. I waited 5 minutes, then 10. The mystery number stayed silent. The bus arrived at 2:17, 2 minutes late. I got on and paid my fare and took a seat in the back. The driver was a middle-aged woman with tired eyes who didn't look at me. We were the only 2 people on the bus. As we pulled away from the stop, I looked down at the subway entrance. The metal door was closed. The platform below was dark. Whatever I had seen down there was gone, locked away under the city until someone else missed the last train and waited alone in the fluorescent twilight. At home, Sarah was asleep. I brushed my teeth quietly and slipped into bed without waking her. But I didn't sleep. I lay on my back and stared at the ceiling and listened to the sound of her breathing and tried to forget the sight of those motionless passengers in their glowing car. In the morning, I called in sick to work. Sarah left for her job at the law firm, kissing my forehead and telling me to get some rest. As soon as she was gone, I Googled the phone number from the text messages. No results. The number didn't exist in any public directory. It wasn't connected to any social media accounts. It was a ghost number, like the train I had seen. I spent the morning trying to find information about the subway system's CCTV cameras and power logs. The Transit Authority's website had general information about safety and schedules, but nothing about internal monitoring systems. Those records would be private, available only to employees and law enforcement, but I knew someone who might be able to help. Marcus worked for the city's transportation department. We had gone to college together, and he owed me a favor from when I helped him move last year. He was also the kind of person who enjoyed bending rules if it made for an interesting story. I called him at lunch. "David, how's the corporate life treating you?" "Can't complain. Listen, I need a favor." "Shoot." "I need to see some CCTV footage from the subway. Platform camera 7 at the 59th Street station from last night around 2 a.m. Marcus was quiet for a moment. "That's specific. What's this about?" I think I witnessed something weird last night. I want to see if the cameras caught it. Weird how? I hesitated. Just weird. Can you help me or not? I can probably get you access to the footage, but I'll need to come with you, and you'll need to sign some paperwork saying you won't distribute or copy anything you see. Standard stuff. That's fine. Meet me at the Transit Authority building at 4 p.m. I'll tell them you're consulting on a security audit. The Transit Authority building was a grey concrete block downtown that looked like it had been designed by someone who hated natural light. Marcus met me in the lobby and walked me through several layers of security checkpoints. We took an elevator to the basement level, where the monitoring center hummed with dozens of screens showing live feeds from cameras throughout the subway system. A security supervisor named Janet led us to a workstation with access to archived footage. She was professional but curious, asking twice what we were looking for. Marcus deflected her questions with bureaucratic language about routine security assessments. Platform Camera 7, 59th Street southbound. Yesterday from 1:45 to 2:15 a.m. Marcus told her. Janet typed commands into the computer. The screen filled with a grainy black and white image of the platform where I had waited. The timestamp in the corner read 1:45. 23. There, I said, pointing to a figure on the screen. That's me. We watched the footage in fast forward until the timestamp reached 1:55. Then Janet slowed it to normal speed. On screen, I could see myself sitting on the bench, then standing and walking to the edge of the platform. At 1:56:15, my image on the screen suddenly pressed back against the wall, arms raised against my face. My coat whipped around my body like I was caught in a windstorm. I appeared to be bracing myself against some invisible force. What the hell? Marcus said. On the screen, my figure leaned into the wind, grabbing the handrail for support. My tie flew over my shoulder. I appeared to be looking at something in the tunnel, something the camera couldn't see. For several seconds, I stood frozen in that position, pressed against the wall by forces that didn't appear to exist. Then, suddenly, I relaxed. The wind seemed to stop. My coat fell back into place. I stood there for another minute, apparently catching my breath, before walking toward the exit stairs. Is that what you were looking for? Janet asked. I nodded, not trusting my voice. What was he reacting to? Marcus asked. I don't see anything. Janet played the footage again, slower this time. The platform appears to be empty the entire time. No trains, no other passengers. But his body language suggests he's experiencing some kind of weather event. High winds, maybe. Is that normal? I asked. No, Janet said. The platform is underground. There shouldn't be any wind unless a train is approaching. She checked another window on her screen. According to the system logs, no trains were scheduled or recorded on that track between 1:30 and 5:30 a.m. What about power? Marcus asked. Were the tracks energized? Janet pulled up another log. Track 3 southbound shows no power from 1:45 to 5:25 a.m. The third rail was completely cold. We watched the footage 3 more times. Each time, it showed the same impossible scene. Me reacting to a train that wasn't there, pushed by wind from an empty tunnel, bracing against forces that had no source. I need copies of these logs, I said. Janet looked at Marcus. Is that part of the security audit? Standard procedure, Marcus said smoothly. She printed the power logs and the train schedule for that night. The papers felt heavier than they should in my hands. Outside the building, Marcus lit a cigarette and stared at me with undisguised curiosity. Okay, he said, what really happened down there? I told him. Everything. The sound of the approaching train, the wind that shouldn't have existed, the glowing cars full of motionless passengers, the text messages from an unknown number. Marcus listened without interrupting. When I finished, he took a long drag from his cigarette and blew smoke into the evening air. You know how crazy that sounds, he said. I know, but the footage backs up your story. Something happened down there. Something that affected you physically, but didn't register on any of our monitoring systems. What do you think it was? Marcus dropped his cigarette and crushed it under his heel. I think, he said, that you need to be very careful about who you tell this story to. That night, I got another text from the unknown number. Did you check the logs? I had been expecting it. Yes, track was cold. No scheduled trains. Now you understand. The 2 a.m. southbound doesn't follow the regular schedule. What is it? A train that doesn't officially exist. Passengers who never reached their destination. They ride the same route every night, looking for their stop. That's impossible. Is it? You felt the wind. You saw the lights. The camera recorded your reaction to something that wasn't supposed to be there. I typed, why are you telling me this? Because you're not the first person to miss the last train and wait alone on that platform. And you won't be the last. What happened to the others? But again, there was no response. The conversation ended like a door closing in my face. Over the next few days, I tried to research the history of the 59th Street station. I found reports of accidents dating back decades. A worker who fell onto the tracks in 1987 and was never found, despite extensive searches. A passenger who disappeared in 1994, last seen on security footage entering the southbound platform late at night. Another in 2001. Another in 2008. All late-night incidents. All people who were alone on the platform after the last scheduled train. All unexplained disappearances with no bodies recovered. I started to avoid that station. I took different routes home from work, even if they took longer. I left the office earlier. I made sure never to be alone on any subway platform after midnight. But the dream started anyway. Every night, I dreamed of the glowing train. I dreamed of standing on the platform as it approached, its windows leaking cold light into the tunnel. In the dreams, I could see the passengers more clearly. They weren't mannequins. They were real people, men and women of all ages, wearing clothes from different decades. They sat perfectly still, but their eyes moved. They watched me through the windows as the train passed. In the dreams, I always stepped forward as the train approached. I always reached for the door handle as it glided past. I always tried to board. I always woke up just as my fingers touched the cold metal. Sarah noticed the change in me. I was tired during the day, distracted during conversations. I jumped at sudden sounds. I checked my phone constantly for messages from the unknown number. "Are you having an affair?" she asked one morning over coffee. "What? No, of course not." "Then what's wrong with you? You've been acting strange for 2 weeks." I wanted to tell her. I wanted to explain about the train and the wind and the dreams that felt more real each night. But how do you tell someone you love that you're being haunted by a subway car full of dead passengers? "It's work stress," I said. "The Morrison account is killing me." She didn't believe me, but she didn't push. We finished breakfast in silence. That afternoon, I got a call from Marcus. "We need to meet," he said. "I found something you need to see." We met at a coffee shop near his office. He looked tired, like he hadn't been sleeping well either. "I've been thinking about what you told me," he said, "about the train that doesn't exist." So I did some digging into the Transit Authority's records. He pulled a manila folder from his briefcase. Official incident reports going back 30 years, all involving the 59th Street southbound platform. I opened the folder. Inside were dozens of police reports, missing person files, and internal memos. The pattern was clear. Every few years, someone disappeared from that platform late at night. The cases were always classified as unsolved. The missing persons were never found. "Look at this," Marcus said, pointing to a memo dated 3 years ago. "Internal investigation into anomalous events at various subway stations. They hired a consultant to examine unexplained incidents. The memo was heavily redacted, with large sections blacked out. But I could make out key phrases: electromagnetic anomalies, unexplained wind patterns, passenger reports of phantom trains." "They know," I said. "The Transit Authority knows something is happening." "Gets better," Marcus said. I found the consultant's final report. Most of it is classified, but I managed to get a copy of the summary. He handed me a single sheet of paper. The letterhead read, "Dr. Elizabeth Kane, Paranormal Research Associates." The summary was brief. "Extensive investigation confirms the presence of recurring anomalous phenomena at 7 subway stations throughout the city. These phenomena appear to be connected to historical accidents and unexplained disappearances. Recommend immediate closure of affected platforms during late-night hours and installation of additional safety measures. However, cost-benefit analysis suggests these measures are not financially viable. Recommend continued monitoring and classification of all related incidents as equipment malfunctions or customer safety issues." "They know people are disappearing," I said. "They know something supernatural is happening, and they're covering it up because it's cheaper than fixing it." Marcus nodded grimly. There's one more thing. Dr. Kane's report includes a list of the affected stations. 59th Street is on it, but so are 6 others. He handed me another sheet. 7 stations were listed, all with similar patterns of late-night disappearances and unexplained incidents. One of them was my regular stop, the station where I caught the train to work every morning. Jesus, I said, it gets worse. Look at the dates of the incidents. They're accelerating. In the 1980s, someone disappeared every 5 or 6 years. In the 1990s, every 3 or 4 years. In the last decade, it's been happening every year or two. I thought about my dreams, how they were getting more vivid each night, how I found myself wanting to board the phantom train instead of running from it. I think, I said slowly, that the train is getting stronger, more real, more able to affect the physical world, and more able to take passengers, Marcus added. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed next to Sarah and listened to the sound of trains in the distance. The subway system never really stops, even late at night. There are always maintenance crews working, always trains moving empty cars from yard to yard. But now, every distant rumble sounded like the phantom train calling to me. At 2:00 a.m., I got up and walked to the window. Our apartment was on the 8th floor, high enough to see across the city, to where the subway entrances glowed like tiny suns in the darkness. As I watched, I saw a faint light moving beneath the streets. Not the harsh white of regular subway cars, but the pale, cold glow I remembered from that night on the platform. The phantom train was running its route, looking for passengers who had missed the last regular service, looking for people like me. I checked my phone. There was a new message from the unknown number. It's time, David. Platform 7, 59th Street, 2 a.m. tomorrow night. I'm not coming, I typed back. You don't have a choice. The train has been waiting for you. If you don't come to it, it will come to you. I deleted the message, but I couldn't delete the certainty that the words were true. In my dreams, the phantom train was getting closer each night. The passengers in the windows were looking at me more directly. Their eyes were hungry. The next day, I called in sick again and spent the morning researching Dr. Elizabeth Kane. I found her website, Paranormal Research Associates, specializing in anomalous transportation phenomena. Her bio said she had a PhD in theoretical physics and 20 years of experience investigating unexplained events in transit systems around the world. I called her office. Dr. Kane, my name is David Torres. I need to talk to you about the New York subway system. There was a pause. Which station? 59th Street southbound. Another pause, longer this time. When did you encounter it? 2 weeks ago. I missed the last train and saw something. A train that wasn't supposed to be there. Mr. Torres, Dr. Kane said carefully, I think you should come to my office immediately. Her office was in a converted brownstone on the Upper West Side. Dr. Kane was a woman in her 50s, with grey hair and sharp eyes that missed nothing. Her office walls were covered with maps of subway systems from around the world, each marked with red pins at various locations. "You're not the first person to call me about 59th Street, she said after I told her my story. "In fact, you're the 14th this year. What happened to the others? 3 moved to other cities. 2 started taking buses exclusively. 1 bought a car and never uses public transportation anymore." She paused. "And 7 disappeared." I felt cold. Disappeared how? The same way people have been disappearing from that platform for decades. They go down to catch a late train and they never come back up. Dr. Kane walked to a file cabinet and pulled out a thick folder labeled NYC Transit Anomalies. "I've been studying this phenomenon for 15 years, she said. "What you experienced is what I call a temporal echo. It's a recording of a tragic event, playing back under specific conditions." "What kind of tragic event?" "On December 15, 1973, the 2 a.m. southbound train at 59th Street derailed in the tunnel between stations. 43 passengers and 3 crew members died instantly. The accident was covered up because the train wasn't supposed to be running. It was an unauthorized service, carrying passengers who worked late shifts and needed transportation after the regular schedule ended." She showed me newspaper clippings from 1973. The official story was a minor accident involving an empty train. No casualties reported. No mention of passenger deaths. The families were paid off, Dr. Kane continued. The records were sealed. The train was buried in the tunnel where it crashed, along with the bodies. The city built around it and pretended it never happened. But it did happen, yes. And the psychic trauma of that event created an anomaly. The passengers who died in that crash are still trying to complete their journey. Every night at 2 a.m., they run their route, looking for their destination. And sometimes they pick up new passengers. I thought about the text messages. Someone's been contacting me, telling me to come to the platform tonight at 2 a.m. Dr. Kane's face went pale. "Show me." I pulled up the message thread on my phone. Dr. Kane read the messages with growing alarm. "Mr. Torres," she said, "you cannot go to that platform tonight. If you do, you won't come back. But the messages said the train will come to me if I don't go to it. That's not how it works. The phantom train can only manifest at specific locations under specific conditions. As long as you avoid subway platforms after midnight, you're safe." I wanted to believe her. But that night, as I lay in bed trying to sleep, I heard it again. The rumble of a distant train getting closer. I got up and looked out the window. The street below was empty, but I could see light moving underneath it. A cold, pale glow following the path of the subway tunnel. The phantom train was looking for me. At 1:55 a.m., my phone buzzed with a final message. "Last chance, David. Platform 7. 5 minutes." I turned off the phone, but I could still hear the train. It was close now, maybe 2 blocks away. The rumble shook the windows of our apartment. Sarah stirred in her sleep but didn't wake up. At exactly 2 a.m., the sound stopped. But through our bedroom wall, I heard something that made my blood freeze. The soft chime of subway car doors opening. I walked to the wall and pressed my ear against it. On the other side, I could hear the whisper of air conditioning and the soft murmur of passengers talking in voices too low to understand. The phantom train hadn't given up. It had come to collect me. I grabbed my coat and headed for the door. Sarah woke as I was putting on my shoes. "David, where are you going?" "I have to take care of something." At 2 a.m., I kissed her forehead. "I'll be right back." I took the elevator down to the lobby and walked outside. The street was empty, but I could see the entrance to the 59th Street station 3 blocks away. It was glowing with the same pale light I remembered from the phantom train. As I walked toward it, I felt the wind start to pick up. Not natural wind, but the artificial breeze created by something large moving through a confined space. The phantom train was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. At the subway entrance, I stopped. Dr. Kane's words echoed in my head. "If you go down there, you won't come back." But the alternative was worse. If I didn't go willingly, the train would keep coming for me. It would manifest in my apartment, in my office, everywhere I tried to hide. Sarah would be in danger. Other innocent people would be caught in its wake. I walked down the stairs into the station. The platform was exactly as I remembered it. But now it was full of people. 46 passengers and crew members, all dressed in clothing from 1973, all standing perfectly still as they waited for their train. They turned to look at me as I reached the bottom of the stairs. Their faces were pale and drawn, but their eyes were alive with desperate hope. "You came," said a woman in a nurse's uniform. "We've been waiting so long." "Waiting for what?" "For someone to help us finish our journey," said a man in a maintenance worker's coveralls. "We've been riding the same route for 50 years, but we can never find our stop." "What stop are you looking for?" The ghost passengers looked at each other with sad smiles. "Home," they said in unison. The phantom train pulled into the station with a whisper of displaced air. Its doors opened with the soft chime I had heard in my apartment. The interior was exactly as I had seen it before. Rows of seats occupied by motionless figures, all facing forward, all waiting. "Please," the nurse said. "We need someone who belongs to the world above. Someone who can show us the way back to the light." I understood then. The phantom train wasn't trying to trap me. It was asking for help. These people had been lost in the darkness for 50 years, running the same route over and over, never able to find their way home. I stepped aboard the train. The doors closed behind me with a gentle sigh. The journey that followed was like nothing I can describe. We moved through tunnels that existed in 1973, past stations that had been renovated or demolished decades ago. We traveled not just through space, but through time, following the route the doomed passengers had been taking on the night they died. At each stop, some of the passengers got off. The nurse got off at a hospital that had been torn down in the 1980s. The maintenance worker got off at a rail yard that was now a shopping center. One by one, they found their destinations and walked into the light that waited for them beyond the platform. Finally, only 3 passengers remained: the conductor, the engineer, and a young man in a business suit who looked a lot like me. "This is our stop," the conductor said, as the train pulled into a station I didn't recognize. "Thank you for showing us the way." They got off the train and walked toward a light that was warm and welcoming. Nothing like the cold glow of the phantom train. As they reached it, they turned and waved goodbye. The train started moving again, but now it was traveling upward, climbing tracks that seemed to rise through solid rock. Above us, I could see stars through the tunnel ceiling, then moonlight, then the first pale hint of dawn. We emerged into daylight at 59th Street Station, but it was the station as it existed now, not 50 years ago. The train stopped and the doors opened. I stepped onto the platform. Behind me, the phantom train faded like morning mist, its job finally complete. My phone showed 17 missed calls from Sarah and 43 text messages, all asking where I was. The timestamp said 7:30 a.m. I had been gone for more than 5 hours, but it had felt like minutes. I climbed the stairs to street level and called Sarah. "Jesus Christ, David, where have you been? I've been calling all night." "I'm sorry," I said. "I had to help some people find their way home." That night, I dreamed of trains again. But this time, they were normal dreams of normal trains carrying normal passengers to normal destinations. The phantom train was gone, its passengers finally at peace. The unknown number never texted me again. I still take the subway to work, but I'm more careful now about the last train. I've learned that some journeys don't end when they're supposed to, and some passengers need help finding their final destination. The 59th Street southbound platform is quiet now. No more disappearances have been reported. No more anomalous winds or phantom trains. But sometimes, late at night, I think I can hear the whisper of wheels on tracks, carrying grateful souls toward the light they've been seeking for 50 years. And I smile, knowing that sometimes the last train isn't the end of the journey. Sometimes it's just the beginning of the trip home.